Making a website has never been easier, and in this tutorial I will show you step by step how you can create your own website. Let me show you what we will cover in this tutorial. I will show you how to get your own .com domain name for free if you don't have one, and then we will install WordPress. WordPress is the most powerful website builder on the web. It powers more than 43% of all the websites in the world, and it's free. Then we will create this website from scratch using a free WordPress theme and a free page builder called Elementor. We will not just create a website, we'll also talk about branding, choosing the right colors for your website. I will show you which fonts you should use and how to create or outsource your logo. Elementor is a fantastic free page builder that enables you to create your pages using a simple drag and drop method. And I will show you step by step how you can do that. And if you want to change something, just click and then you can adjust the content and you can adjust the style. That is how easy it is. We will use global colors on our website. So if you want to change the colors, they will change on the whole website. So with a few clicks, you can change the look and feel of your website. With the header, you can create something like this, but also like this, or this. You can make your whole header sticky, or just a part of it. And you can make parts of your header transparent like this, or like this. And when you scroll, you can add a different logo. And it's all really simple to set it up like this. I will also show you how to create all these pages from scratch. So this is how my homepage looks, but with the skills I teach you in this tutorial, you can also make pages like this, or like this, or like this. And of course, the website we will create will be optimized for all devices, for desktops, tablets, and smartphones. And if you want to, you can learn how to create blog posts on your website, so you can be found through organic search results, which can help you to get more clients. I will also show you how to create a portfolio page and showcase your work. We'll talk about creating the right title for your website, finding high quality images, add external plugins that give your website more functionalities, like extra Elementor elements, or a contact form so people can reach out to you. And we'll save parts of our designs in our website so we can use it again and again and save time. I will also show you how to copy and paste whole areas in your website with a few clicks. When you follow all the steps in this tutorial, you will be able to create an amazing professional website, and not only that, you will be able to create websites for others and generate an extra source of income. Tons of people who have watched my videos say that they now make websites for a living, and you can be the next. Now let me give you a few important announcements before we get started. In the description of this video I have timestamps, so if you want to go to a certain part in the tutorial, you can click on one of those timestamps and you go directly to that part of the tutorial. When I go to fast for you, you can go to the settings here at YouTube, playback speed, slow down the speed of this tutorial. And if you want to go back a few seconds in the video, just hit the left arrow on your keyboard and you'll go back 5 seconds in the video. If you appreciate that I made this video for free, then please give this video a like. And if you want to learn more about making websites that generate you money, then subscribe to this YouTube channel. Now let me show you the 3 steps we'll take in this tutorial. So first, you get your free domain name and we will get web hosting. What is a domain name? A domain name is the address of your website. Web hosting is a special computer that's turned on 24/7 that contains all your files, all your emails, all your images, all the content on your website. So with your free domain name and web hosting, you are visible on the internet. Then we will install WordPress, and WordPress is completely free. It's the best tool to create a website without having to know anything about coding, because WordPress is doing all the hard stuff for you. And then the third thing, you will create your website. And for the website we will make, people can charge thousands of dollars, but I will show you for free how you can do it yourself. If you already have a domain and web hosting, you can do 2 things. You can migrate your current website to this amazing web hosting platform. I have a tutorial here that can show you step by step how you can do that. And if you already have installed WordPress, you can skip step 2 and go directly to step 3. And I will show you right now where you need to go in the tutorial in order to follow along from that point on. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. If you already have a domain name and web hosting, that's great. Then you can skip this part. If you don't have a domain name and web hosting, you can go to webhosting40.com, hit enter. Then we click here to go to Hostinger. Through the years, I've been searching for the best web hosting company that's affordable. And then I came across Hostinger. I'm already using them for 5 years and I love it. And I'm not the only one. If you take a look at the reviews on Trustpilot, you see that all people are also really excited about Hostinger. And if you take a look at the Google Trends, Hostinger is taking over the web hosting industry. They're getting more and more popular. Why? Because their web hosting quality is top-notch and they are affordable. So if you want to get a free domain name and web hosting here at Hostinger, you can click on Claim Deal. You scroll down and then we see 3 plans: the premium plan, the business plan, and the cloud starter plan. Let's start with the premium plan. Everything you need to create your website. If you're on a budget, this is the best plan for you. What does it contain? You have standard performance. What does it mean? I've tested everything like crazy. As long as you don't create 100 websites on this plan, you will be fine. The performance will be fast. This is a performance test of a heavy website that I've created using the premium plan. The performance will be a bit more challenging when you will create 80 websites on this plan. But if you only want to create 1 till 3 websites, everything will be blazing fast. You have 100 GB of SSD storage, which is more than enough. Weekly backups, free SSL, unlimited bandwidth, so you can have as much visitors as you want. A free email account, you get a free domain. And to make it even better, for every plan you have, there will be free domain privacy. What is domain privacy? That all your details, your phone number, your email, will be hidden. So people on the internet cannot see all your details when they look up your domain information. And with Hostinger, this is free. And with other web hosting companies, this can cost up to $20 per year. But it's also really nice if you somehow don't like the service. There is a 30-day money-back guarantee. No questions asked. So there is no risk at all to get started. So if you want to go for the budget plan, you can click on Add to Cart. And there's a period you can choose. And the longer the period you choose, the more discounts you get. So here you see for 48 months, you get 3 months for free and you pay $2.99 per month for the next 4 years. So if you scroll down, that's a total of $173. But let me make this even better. If you click over here, you fill in 30, you click on apply, you get 10% extra discount. If you're like, okay, but I want to go for a shorter period, you can go for 12 months, then the price increases a bit per month. But then if you scroll down, look at this. You just pay $41.68. So for $41.68, you can get started with a free domain name in your own web hosting plan. Now let's talk about the business plan, which is even better. Here is the most popular one, the business plan. Look at this. You get increased performance up to 5 times as fast. You get 200 GB, more than enough, but it is NVMe storage. So basically NVMe servers make your websites up to 5 times faster than SSD servers. So you can have 20, 30, 50, 80 websites on this plan and your websites will still be fast. There are daily backups instead of weekly backups. And you have free CDN. Free CDN makes your website fast on every single place in the world. If we scroll down, what we will see over here, we have a WordPress staging tool, object cache for WordPress, which will make your website even faster. You can create a backup on demand. And this is also something really big. You have the WordPress AI tools. Those AI tools will help you in building your website. They will give you advice on what you could do to make a better website. And the great thing is that it's already really good, but it will only become better in the future. That's included in the business plan. So if you want to get this plan, you click on Add to Cart. Then there's the same overview, choose a period. And when we scroll down, we can fill in 30, apply. You pay $208 for 4 years. If you don't want to go for the long run, but you want to go for 12 months, you pay a bit more, but then the total amount will be $65.21. So it's up to you to choose which plan you want to have and which period you want to choose. When you know what you want, I will go for 12 months. You can create your account. So I will fill in my email address over here. I create a password, or you can sign up with Google or Facebook. And then you can pay with credit card, PayPal, Google Pay, Alipay, and CoinGate, but there are also local payment methods. So if you come from a certain country, from the Netherlands or from India, there are local payment methods. That's also what I love about Hostinger, that everybody can pay with their favorite payment method. So that makes it easier for you to make the payment. So you can choose over here how you want to pay. I want to pay with credit card, and then you can fill in your details over here, but you don't have to do that over here. You can also do that later. So I will leave this empty. You can add your company details. If you have a company, fill in the details over here. And then when you do that, your taxes will be subtracted and you'll pay $53.89. So what I will do now, I will fill in my credit card details and then I click on Submit Secure Payments. And then I want to congratulate you with your free domain and your web hosting plan. And in a few minutes, we can choose our free domain name. Awesome. It can be that the Hostinger panel is in your language. Click over here. They're adding languages all the time. So if you prefer your own language, you can select it over here. I will use English. And then I click on Start Now over here. Who are you creating a website for? I want to skip all these steps. They want to help us, but I will show you what you need to do. So I click on Skip. And also over here, create or migrate a website. I say skip, create an empty website. And then over here, we can claim a free domain name. So over here, we can fill in our domain name. And then here we can fill in our extension. I want to go for the domain We Are Web Divine. And over here I can select my extension .com or something else. I say .com and then I click on search. It is still available as you see over here. So I click on continue. And now we can fill in our details over here. If you don't have a company, you can select personal. If you have a company, you can select a company. I have a company, so I click on company. Next step, and we need to fill in some extra details. So my first name, 30, my last name, my email, my company. So make sure to fill in all these details and your phone number. This is for registering your domain name. And the great thing, because of domain privacy, these details will not be shown to the world. So people cannot call you like, hey, I'm calling you because I saw online that you have a new domain. We can make a website for you or a logo. You will not get spam thanks to the free domain privacy from Hostinger. I click on finish registration. Now we're registering our domain. We can choose our server location. If you click over here, you can choose one. I want to focus on people from the United States, so I leave it where it is. You can also select another one. If you're focusing on people in Europe, you can select something in Europe. I leave it as it is. And then I click on finish setup. And now your WordPress website will be installed on your brand new free domain name. Our website will be made secure, which is great. And says, well done, you are ready. We can view our website. And if we click over here, it will probably be a website that is a preview of the current website. As you see over here, this is not the real website yet, but we can already get started. So I close this and then I click on the control panel. It says over here that my domain will be accessible in about 3 minutes. So I prefer to wait instead of working on a domain that's not my real domain. So my advice is that you also wait until your domain is live. And then we can work on our real domain, which we got for free. So I will be back in a few minutes. It's now 1 minute later. If I refresh the page, the text is gone. So if I click over here, look at this. This is crazy. We see our live domain. It's hosted at Hostinger and it is secure. You can see that by this icon. Connection is secure. How cool. I close this, Command or Control W. And now I go to security, SSL, just to check. And it says, yes, it is active. So I go back to the dashboard. And now I want to go to the auto installer. And then I select WordPress. My website title is My WordPress website. We'll talk about it later. The administrator email, I want to use another one. My username, I want to use this one. And my password. And then over here, I click on next. We get the most recent version of WordPress. We can change the language. So if you want to create a website in a different language, you can change it over here. And all the other settings are great. So I click on install. And now we can click on admin panel and that will bring us to our website. Look at this, our live website. We are live. Everybody that goes to this domain at this moment will see our website. So what you see over here is the backend of WordPress. This is where we can adjust our website. If I click over here, I see the front end of my website. This is what people will see when they enter our website. And it looks okay, but of course we're gonna make it look so much better. So by default, this will be installed on your website. It can be that it looks a little bit different. And because we are logged in, we see this bar over here. Other people that are not logged in, they don't see this bar. With this bar, we can navigate from the front end to the back end by clicking here. So now I want to close the other two tabs. This is the back end of our website. This is the front end. On the back end of our website, we can adjust our website. We can create blog posts. We can add videos, images, PDFs. We can create the homepage, the contact page, the About Us page. We can moderate comments when people have a comment on our blog post or a product we have. We can change the look and feel of our website with themes. We can add extra functionalities to our website. We can add other users that can do things for us on our website. There are WordPress tools and there are settings. So congratulations, you're live now. I like to work in a tidy space, just like my desktop, but also when it comes to WordPress, I want to work in a cleaned up environment. And right now, there are plugins we don't need. It's a little bit messy. Let me show you how to clean up your WordPress website and configure a few things before we get started with making our website. How can we do that? Well, the first thing, I want to dismiss this message. Then I want to go to the screen options and uncheck everything. So the overview of our dashboard will be clean. Of course, afterwards, I want to install Google Analytics. So I see an overview of the visitors of my website. And if I have a web shop, I want to see the amount of sales. But for now, I want to leave it empty. Then I want to go to the website, to the front end. And I search for my blog post. There's one blog post that will come with every WordPress installation. And in this case, it is here. Hello world. If I click on it, it says my domain /index.php, all that stuff. I want that to look better. So I go to the backend, to settings, permalinks. And there I want to change the custom structure to post name. So I'll see my domain.com or whatever / and then the name of the posts. So I click on save the changes. Now I go to my website. I scroll down. I click over here. Now as you see, it just says / hello world. That's so much better. Then I go over here. Howdy 30 Corp. I click on edit profile. I want to scroll down. I want to fill in my first name, last name, and then change the display in name publicity to 30 Korpzoek. And now it says Howdy 30 Korpzoek. If you want to have an image like this, let me save it first, update my profile. I scroll down. You can change or create your profile picture on Gravatar. So you need to open this link. Then you can sign up, leave your email address, which should be the same as on your website, and upload an image. And that will be displayed over here and over here. Okay, over here at the admin color scheme, we can change the look and feel of the backend, the colors. So I can click over here. It will be light, modern, blue, ocean, etc. You can choose something you prefer, and I prefer the default one. Let's go to posts. I want to select all the posts, even though there's only one, and I click on bulk actions, move to the trash, apply, go to the trash, empty the trash. Then I go to pages, select all pages, bulk actions, move to the trash, apply, and at the trash, I want to empty the trash. Then I want to go to plugins, select all plugins, bulk actions, deactivate, apply, select again, bulk actions, delete. I want to start from scratch with no plugins. Of course, we can add plugins later, but right now I want to start with nothing. Now, if I go to my dashboard, it looks so much cleaner already. Then I want to go to the settings, general, and make sure that over here in my WordPress URL, it says HTTPS and not HTTP. If there's no S, you can add it over here. And also over here. And then scroll down and save the changes. If you need to change it, you need to log in again. Go back to settings, general, and I scroll down. You can change the site language. You can change the time zone. Well, if I say I'm from the Netherlands, so if I focus on people from the Netherlands, I can just say AMS, Amsterdam. I search the city that is in my time zone, and then automatically everything will be synced to the right time zone. Then there's the date format. I like to prefer the upper one. You can change it to another one or have a custom one. The time format, I like to use PM in capitals. My week starts on Monday. So I click on save the changes. Great. Now we need to come up with a site title. This part is really important. We're going to talk about the title of your website. So let me show you how you can come up with an amazing title for your website so you'll be found better in the search results. Never say in your site title, welcome to this website, because people do not search for welcome to this website when they want to find your website. So what I will do, always use keywords you want to be found on in your site title, preferably at the beginning. and after that, the name of your company. So if I say Command or Control T, I go to a new tab and I search for Web Design Agency London. I skip the sponsored stuff. So here's the first organic result. What do you see? Web Design Agency. So when I search for Web Design Agency, I find this page on top, Web Design London, Web Design. The next one, Web Designers London, Web Design Agency, Web Design London, Web Design Agency London. Nowhere it says, welcome to this website or the name of the company. It's all Web Design Agency. So in my case, I would like to say Web Design Agency Amsterdam. So keyword of what I do, I'm a web design agency, then the location in Amsterdam, and then pipe, and I can say what the name of my company is, and that is Web Design. So if I would search for a plumber in Sydney, I skip all the ads. What you see, plumbing Sydney, plumbing services, you see what they are doing, because that's what people are searching for. People are not searching for the name of your company if they don't know your company. They're looking for a service, so they search for the service, in my case, plumber Sydney. Also here, plumber Sydney, plumbing Sydney, plumber to the rescue, plumber Sydney. So over here, first, the keywords, a web design agency in Amsterdam, because that's what people are searching for, and then the name of your company. Then there's a tagline, in a few words, explain what this site is about. Just another WordPress website, or I prefer, we create highly converting websites. I scroll down and I save the changes. And now if I go to my website, I see Web Design Agency Amsterdam, and that's how I'll be found in the search results of Google. Do you already have colors in mind for your website, for your branding? Maybe you already have a business with colors and a branding, and you just want to make a website. Great, then you can skip this part. If you are starting from scratch, you need to think about the colors you want to use. If you have no idea and you get stuck, no worries, you can also follow along in the tutorial with the images and the colors I use. And then later on, you can decide to choose your own colors and change the website colors in a few clicks in your whole website. Now let's take a look at how to find the right colors for your website, for your branding. When it comes to colors, you can get inspired by the internet. So I search for branding colors. Then I can go to images. I already see a lot of images. For instance, this one. Here you see a lot of popular brands with their colors. So we want to go for optimism. Here are a few examples. Friendly, excitement, creative, trust, peaceful, balance. It's just for reference. It doesn't mean that you could never have the Fanta logo in yellow or red, but it gives you some ideas. Also here, what you also see a lot is that brands use multiple colors. So if I close this and I go to images, here you see a great example. PayPal uses a blue color, dark blue, light blue, and in between. MasterCard, 3 colors. BP, 3 colors. So it's great to have a color palette. And that's also what we're going to use in our website. Here are a few more examples of multiple colors that somehow fit with each other. More examples. Don't you love the internet? All those examples. It's amazing. Man, yesterday I went to the internet for the first time. I was like, what is this for kind of place? So if you want to get more inspiration, what you can do, imagine you have a website about a web design agency. You can search for a web design agency. Let's say Paris. Hit enter. And now you can go to a few websites from web design agencies in Paris. And you can take a look at the colors. Okay, they use the color red. This is how their design is. Okay, and you can get inspired by that. So you can use the color red if you want to. Or black with probably purple. Blue. This is our website. So you can get inspired. And what you also can do, if you want to, you can follow along with the colors I will use in my tutorial. Well, let's talk about it in a minute. I will show you where you can find those colors. What we can do now, we can go to colors.co, hit enter, and we can start generate a color palette. And what Colors does, they will find colors that will match other colors. So if you hit space, you get a few random colors. Again, and if you see a color that makes you feel like, hey, this could be something for my website, then you can use it. So let me show you how it works. If I like this color or this one, I can lock it. I can bring it to the left, like, okay, this color is okay. And now it's gonna find a few matching colors. And if I hit space, this one will stay. Okay, I like this. Let's see. What else I can do, I can click over here. Okay, I want it to be a bit more orange. Okay, and over here, maybe I want it to be, have more color. Okay. Space. That's interesting, this color. I think that matches great with this one. So I lock this one. And actually I want to have a lighter version of the orange and a lighter version of this one. So I can also copy this, then paste it, and then I click over here. I go to hue, saturation, and light, I guess. Luminance. Make it higher. So it's the same color, but a lighter color. The same I want to do over here. Okay, let me go back to the picker. Copy this color. Paste it. Go back to HSL. Make it lighter. Okay, I bring, Command S. I bring this to the left. So those two are lighter colors of this one. And there can be one more color. Or maybe you're like, hey, those colors are fine with me. I don't need the other one. Then you can close this. I think I want to have one darker color. So I copy this, picker, copy it, paste it, and then go to this one and make it even darker. Okay, I drag this to the left. And actually I like those colors, except for this, they can be lighter. Also this one. If you're happy with the results, you can click on export as a PDF. I call this one Web Divine Export. And there you go, you get a beautiful PDF and you can use those colors for your website. If you want to follow me step by step in this tutorial, also with the same logo, the same colors and the same images I use, then I will show you right now how you can get those for free. So you can follow along in this tutorial and create exactly the same website that I create. If you want to follow along with the same images I use in my tutorial or with the same colors, then you can go to verdicorp.com/images. Hit enter and there you go. You don't have to sign up for an email account or something. You get it for free. And then you can unzip them. I like to bring them to my desktop, which I cleaned especially for you. Then we can go to Web Divine, Branding, and here is my overview of the colors I will use in my website. And here is the favicon I will use in my website and the logos I will use in my website. So if you want to follow along, feel free to use these images. And the great thing is you can change the images later in your website and then they will be changed on every single place in your website. So it doesn't have to be the definite colors that you can never change afterward. No, you still can. Just change the color and it will be changed on every single place. Use that color in the website. Is that great? I think it is. Let's talk about WordPress themes. You have WordPress. WordPress makes it easy for us to create websites. We don't need to know anything about coding. And then on top of WordPress, there are themes and page builders. So a theme decides the look and feel of your website and every theme has their own functionalities. So what we'll do, we'll find the best theme for our website. There are premium themes that cost money and there are free themes. In this tutorial, we're going to make use of a free theme and that free theme is amazing. It can even do more than some paid themes. So let me show you what themes can do, show you a few examples, and then we're going to get the free Blocksy theme. Let's talk about themes. This, what you see over here, is a theme. A theme decides the look and feel of your website. And every theme has their own functionalities. So to give you an example, over here I have Web Design Agency Amsterdam, Web Divine. This is displayed in black text on a light background because that's the style of this theme. If I go to the backend go to Appearance, Themes. There are also other themes. If I go for the theme 2022 and I activate it, look at this. The content of my website stays the same, but now the same title has a different color and a different background. Why? That's the style of the 2022 theme. So the theme of your website decides what kind of style it is, and every theme has their own functionalities. Well, I have been searching a lot for the best free theme there is, and I found it. I finally found it. It's an amazing theme. You can create professional websites with it. It's the Blocksy theme, and you can get it by going to 30corp.com/Blocksy. Hit enter. And then you can go for the free download over here. It also has a pro version, but in this tutorial, we want to focus on the free version. Then I click on download, and there it goes. I close this and I close this. In order to install this theme, I go to the backend of the website, to Appearance, Themes. I click on Add New Theme. I can upload a theme, and then I can drag it over here and install it. Or over here, Themes, add a new theme. I can search for Blocksy. And there you go. So I can also download it from within WordPress. I click on Install. And then I click on Activate. So now, if I go to the website, it looks like this. It doesn't look that appealing yet, but we're going to make it look beautiful. Then I go back. It's really important that we install the companion plugin. So I click on Install Blocksy Companion, and that will give you all the features in the free version. So you need to have the theme, the Blocksy theme, and then you need to have the Blocksy Companion plugin. And when you install that, then this appears over here. And then we can make use of all the beautiful features of this theme. So it is time to upload our logo and our favicon to our website. What you can do a few things. You can use the logo and the favicon I have in my images folder. Then you can follow along with that. You can also create a logo yourself. I have a tutorial about it. You can watch it over here or in the description, how you can make a logo for free using Canva. Or you can outsource it, or you can have a friend that creates a logo for you. Well, there are multiple options. That's up to you, of course. Right now, I'm going to show you the few ways I just mentioned on how you can let someone else make a logo or create a logo yourself. So let's continue. Now, if I go to the website, it looks like this. I want to make it look better. How can we do that? Well, we just downloaded the images for this tutorial, and I want to use my logo. If you want to create your own logo, you can do that. You can go to YouTube, search for logo Canva 30, hit enter. Look at this. I show you how to create amazing, stunning logos for free with a transparent background. What you also can do, you can go to 30corp.com/Fiverr. Let someone else create a logo for you. I have a friend who have created a logo for me. So I go to figma.com. He created the logo in Figma over here. So I could choose one, and I decided to go with this one. But if I finish my website, then I can decide to change the colors. And in a few clicks, I will show you in the tutorial how to do that. I can change the look and feel from this to something like this or this. So I decided to go with this one. I exported this as an SVG, and you can find it in the images folder. So if I go to the desktop, images tutorial, web design, branding, you can find it in SVG and in PNG. And with SVG, the resolution stays perfect. So you can make it as big as possible. It will still look sharp. So let me close this, close this, close this. In order to upload your logo to your website, you go to the customizer over here. Then you can hover over here and you see 3 dots. Click on it. And now over here, we can upload our logo. I click on select logo, and then we can grab it from our computer by clicking on select files. I go to images tutorial, web design, branding. And I want to go for the logo, SVG, which is the high quality file. If that doesn't work for you, you can go for the PNG file, but you see the quality is a bit less. I go for the logo.svg, and it's also smaller, 12 kilobytes, and the PNG is 23 kilobytes. So I click on logo.svg, open, Then I go to the title, copy the title. I paste the title in the alt text and in the description. Then I click on select and there it is. What I don't want is this text below. So here at the left, I can click on the site title and I can turn it off. Over here is the logo. I can change the height of the logo. And since the quality is SVG, look at this. It doesn't matter how big it is. It will still be sharp. Do you see that? How far do you want me to go in showing you that it stays beautifully sharp? Well, let's stick with 50 and then everything else seems to be fine. Publish. Then I want to upload something over here because right now if I would go to apple.com and to tesla.com, what I see over here is the Apple logo. What I see over here is the Tesla logo. I see the WordPress logo over here. I want to change it to my logo. It's called a favicon. In order to upload it to this place, I click over here. I go back and then I scroll down all the way. I go to site identity and I select a site icon. Again, upload files, select files. And then here at branding, I go for my favicon. It needs to be square. Open, copy, paste, paste, select it. I can crop the image and then it appears over here. So now when people are at the Tesla website, they know, hey, I want to go back to the web design agency Amsterdam website. And then I can see this favicon and know that this is the right place to go. Publish, close it. So now it's looking a bit better already. So we have our logo, we have our favicon. Now I want to add some pages to our website. And I want to add those pages to a menu, like almost every other website in the world. So let me show you how we can configure that using the Blocksy theme. When WordPress started years ago, it was a blogging tool. So that's why you see over here, ready to publish your first post, get started here. Well, I don't want to show my first post over here. I want to show the homepage over here. In order to show the homepage, I need to create a homepage. So let me show you how to create the homepage and other pages in WordPress. It's really easy. Go to the customizer, then scroll down here at the left all the way to menus, click on it. Then we can create a new menu and we want to assign it over here. So I click on create new menu and this menu name is just for your own reference. You can call this Uncle Jim or John if his name is John, depending, or maybe it's your aunt, auntie, Polly, okay, whatever. It's for your reference. So I would prefer to call this the main menu. So I know it is the main menu and I want to assign it to the header menu 1, which will appear over here. I click on next and then I can add items. So I click on add items and I can add a new page. Well, the first one I want to create, of course, is the homepage. That's the page people enter when they go to my website. Then I click on add and two things will happen. A page will be created and the page will be added to my menu. So that's what I want. I click on add items again. Now it's not just a matter of, oh, I just create a few pages. Now think about what is the purpose of your website. You can say, my uncle lives in Cape Town. But it has probably nothing to do with your business. So it's maybe a weird example. I know it's a weird example, but keep in mind, what is the goal of my website? If it is to get new clients, then which pages can help you to get new clients? And for that, we can take a look at other websites. So if I search for web design agency Cape Town, and normally I prefer not to do this, but people pay for this if I click on this. If I click on this, then I know this website is optimized for conversion. Otherwise, if people do not get more money from advertising, they will not advertise anymore. So we can take a look. What are they posting over here? Well, they are showing their services. Financial services, healthcare, media, about their company, about us, careers, insights, testimonials, projects, get pricing. And what I see is that get pricing is highlighted. They even have something like this. I should make a tutorial about that, how you can create something like that. There's a call to action called booking. So what I see, they want to get new clients. And that's why they have two call to actions. So what I see, they talk about us or about themselves. So I can create a page called About Us or About and add it to the menu. What I also see is that they show their services. So that's also what I want to do. So I create a services page. And then I want to highlight which services I offer. They offer a lot of services. I don't offer that much services, but there are 4 services I offer. The first one is branding. The second one is web design. Edit. The third one is SEO. And the fourth one is advertising. Advertising. Super cool. Now, I see all the services over here. I don't want that. I want them to be below services. How can I do that? Really simple. Below services, branding, drag it to the right until there is a tab like that, a space. And it snaps. So now it just became a submenu, as you see. I don't like the colors, but we're going to talk about colors later. I add a new item because when people see my services and About Us and they're interested, they want to see the quality of the service I offer. So I want to have a page called Our Work. So people can see what we have done for other clients. And a way to get free customers to your website is by blogging. So we're going to add a blog page. And when people are happy, they can get in touch with us. So I can say contact. Okay. So right now, this is our page. Well, if I take a look at this website that people advertise for, what I don't see over here is the homepage. When people want to go to the homepage, so if I go to the company page and I click back on Anderson, then I go back to the homepage. That's what I also want to do. So over here, sorry homepage, I open you and then I click on remove. So the homepage will not be shown over here. Then I want to go back. I want to go back again. And then I go to the homepage settings. And instead of showing on the homepage the latest post, I want to show a static page. So I select my homepage displays not your latest post, but a static page. Now we can select that static page, which we have just created, the homepage. We can also assign the post page, the blog page, to the blog page. Publish. And now, if I close this, we don't see create your first post, but we see the homepage. So step by step, it's getting better and better. We have a menu over here with services and then a submenu branding, web design, SEO, and advertising. What else can we do over here? Well, if I go to the backend to menus, we see the menu, but in a different way. And here we can do a few more things. What I can do, I can add pages, but I can also add posts. So if I would have a blog post, I can add it to the menu or a custom link. So maybe you want to have an external link to my website, for instance. And you can call this my inspiration. You can save the menu, open it in a new tab, and there it is. And it goes to my website. You can also click over here and get more options over here by going to the screen options, tags, link target, title attribute, etc. And now you have a lot of extra options. One of them is open the link in a new tab. Save it. So I go to the website. If I click on contact, I stay on the same tab. But if I click on my inspiration, I open it in a new tab. So those are a few more options that you can unlock over here. I personally almost never use them. Only link target. So now it looks clean. I can only open it in a new tab. I save it. Let me show you one more thing. I can also have a footer menu. I don't know if you will see that at once. Refresh. No. But then in the footer, you can assign that to a certain area in your footer. We're going to talk about it later, but right now I'll uncheck it. The header will only be displayed in the header menu 1, which is assigned to this area. Great. I want to get rid of this menu item over here. So I go to the customizer, scroll down to menus, main menu, click over here, remove. So that's better. Before in the tutorial, we created a sheet with a lot of colors that we will use, the colors of our branding. Let me show you how we can implement them in your website with the Blocksy theme. Now I want to talk about colors. I use certain colors in my logo and I have a color palette. I made it through Coolars and you can follow along in the tutorial with the same colors I use or use your own one. What I will do, I will go to my Finder. I can go to the downloads for my PDF. I also made a PDF in the images tutorial file. So I go to Web Design, Branding, Web Design Colors. So I will use those colors. So what I need to do, I need to copy this. Copy. Now I go to the customizer. And then I go to colors. And here we can make use of the global color palette. If I click over here, I can choose a different palette. And right now you don't see a lot. You see that this is a little bit greenish. But what will happen if you use all those global colors throughout your website and you change those colors, the whole style of your website can change by changing those colors. Why? Because a lot of colors in your website will be linked to those 8 colors. Let's click there again. If I go for a dark one, look at this. The whole look and feel will change by changing the colors over here. So I will go for palette 1. And then I start to use the colors from Coolars. Here's the first one. Then I go over here. I go for the second one. It's a bit weird to copy this. It's hard. So what I also can do, do it like this. So I go to the second color and after the hashtag, I say 006 based on this color and then 573. Then I go for the third color, this one over here, 112222. The fourth color, I want it to be completely black. And then the fifth color, I want it to be this one, copy. Then this lighter color, paste. Then I want to have off-white. It's not perfectly white, but a little bit less. I leave it with that. And then completely white. Okay, the completely white, I want to make it a bit darker. I don't want to use with perfect white. And then this color, I want it to be the same as this one. So I copy this. But then a bit darker. So I drag this down. Or maybe not darker, but a small change. Yeah, like that. Okay, what you see, this color is now changing. I don't want that. So I want the background to be white. How can I do that? Over here at the global color palette or at the colors, I scroll down all the way. The side background, I want it to be white. Okay. So far, so good. And throughout the tutorial, we'll make use of this color palette. And then when our website is complete and I change those 2 colors, the whole look and feel of our website will change. So I click on publish and close. We talked about colors. It's also important to talk about fonts. Fonts are also a part of the branding. So let's talk about fonts, which fonts you can use, which fonts fit your branding and which one do not fit your branding. So let me show you how that works. We just talked about the colors. Now it's time to talk about the fonts. I like to use Google Fonts. In order to find those fonts, we can go to fonts.google.com. And in order to see how the menu would look, I copy this. And I type the text in over here. So I see it over here. And now I can make this smaller if I want to. I can filter a few things. What I don't want is something like this, because the font says a lot about your branding. My website will be about helping people to create an amazing website that is designed in a good way. So if I use those fonts, which have nothing to do with what I want to represent, that's weird. So Bungee Spice, what I can do, I can go to the customizer I can click on the 3 dots and then here at design. By the way, let me select the main menu. Design, I can go to the font family and I can go for Bungee. Look at this, looks like you've picked a Google font. Read this, and if you want to learn how to store the Google fonts on your own website, I have a tutorial about it. You can find it over here. I click on continue. It looks like this. That does not represent my brand. So a few things I want to do. I want to filter a few things. Here you see serif and sans serif. I can search for serif versus sans serif. There's a big difference. And that's displayed over here. Over here. With serif, you see those extra things over here, those extensions, if you can call it like that. Sans serif, it's French for without serif, is just straightforward, in my opinion. So a few examples. So what you can do, website with serif fonts examples. I personally don't like to use it unless you have a kind of arty website. I like to work with sans serif. So what I can do, I can select sans serif. And there are a lot of families that are sans serif. I don't want to have a handwriting or display. I prefer to select nothing over here. So what I also like to do over here, after about, space, and then an I. Why? Because my logo has an I in it with a square as a dot. So I want to see how the I will be displayed through all those fonts. So here it is round. So let me make it bigger. What I also can do, I can get rid of everything else. Let's say about. Okay, here you see it. Round, round, round. So now I can just go through all this. And when I like something, I can check it out. So this is what I like. Real way. Nunito Sans, even better. So what I can do, I can select over here, Nunito Sans. And there you go. Then I can go to the boldness, can make it a bit bolder. I can make it bigger. That's really big, so let's not do that. And I also want to make it less bold. I like that. So that's the font I want to use for the menu and for all the headings. But I also want to make use of a body font, body text font. So all the text in my website, which font should it have? You can check it over here. And I want it to match a bit with the one I have, the Nunito Sans. I can also search for a font. Well, I know that Sans, they have a lot of great fonts. So I open Sans, for instance. Again, Nunito Sans, PT Sans. So I like Open Sans. This one. So I want to use that for the text. So I go back and I go back to typography. The base font, I want it to be Open Sans. So I copy this, Open S, select it. And then for the headings, I say Nunito S, Command C or Control C, copy it. So everywhere I place Nunito Sans. I only have to do this once, so it's not fun to do, but you have to do it only once. So when I type something on my website, it will be Open Sans, and when I create a header or create something over here, it will be Nunito Sans. Okay, let's keep it with that. Let's go back to the menu. There's more we can do. Right now, when you hover over it, you see no change or a slight change. You can also create something like that or like that. this one. I like to keep it as normal as possible. So I go to type 1. Item spacing, you can create more space between all the elements. Let's say 30. I can stretch the menu like that. I prefer not to do that. And then there's the drop down. So let's take a look at the drop down. I don't like it. It's not in the branding colors. By the way, I want to make use of small capital. I don't want to have any capitals over here because it's also in small text without capitals. So in order to do that, I can go to design, click on the 3 dots and turn this off. But I'm not there yet. I am not a CSS guru. What is CSS? CSS is cascading style sheets. Without CSS, your website is just plain text and here and there an image. With CSS, you get style. Things will be published on the right place in the website. So with CSS, we can change the style of our website. And the theme and WordPress is doing a lot of that stuff. So we don't have to know anything about CSS. But sometimes if you want to tweak something, you can use a little bit of CSS. Well, let me show you step by step how you can do that. My latest course, CSS course, was in 2007. I don't know a lot about CSS, but I know enough to show you what we're gonna do. Yes, so it's not gonna be too complicated. You can just follow along, do exactly what I do, and you'll get the same results. Yes, let's go. I'm not a CSS guru, but I know a little bit about it. What you can do if you have Google Chrome, right mouse click, inspect. Okay, let's close this first. Right mouse click, inspect. And then over here, let me see, menu li. Okay, over here I click and then I say text, transform. And I say lowercase. Everything is lowercase. So what I do right now, I grab this whole area, Command or Control C, close this. Now I go to the customizer. It's also a great thing about the Blocksy theme that it has additional CSS in the free version. Normally it's in the pro version with a lot of themes. I paste this and now this is no more capitals. So I want to get rid of everything I did not type over here. I only set text transform, so I don't need this. What I show over here, or what I type over here, is overriding the basic CSS. So CSS is cascading style sheets. My latest course about CSS was in 2007, so I don't know a lot about it anymore. But what I know is that CSS makes sure that your website has a certain style, that this background has this color, that this is the right font. It's all with CSS. So what I say over here in the additional CSS, like override the menu list, menu link to lowercase. But here it's not the case yet. So how can we do that? Let me publish it. Maybe a little bit next level. Right mouse click, inspect. Over here, the submenu. Let me click somewhere and then again, text, transform, lowercase. Okay, let's see if it works. Everything lowercase. Wow. Scroll up again. So here's the text transform lowercase. Okay, now I select submenu and submenu link. I copy those two. Copy. Customize. Additional CSS, and then over here space. When I paste it, everything is back to normal. I don't want that. So what I need to do after this, after menu link, comma, and now what it says for these CSS classes and these, because the comma is kind of a plus, like we want to have the text transform lowercase. Also in the submenu, it is lowercase. So there was a mini course about CSS. If it doesn't work for you, take a closer look at this. If you fill this in exactly as I have it on my screen, you should be fine. You can pause the screen if you have done so. I hope you have the same results. I close it. Okay, and then I go to the customizer. Click over here, design, and then I can make it a bit bigger. Publish. Close. I want to do one more thing about this menu, and that is adjust the submenu because I don't like the colors. So let's dive in. I go to the customizer. I hover over here, click on the 3 dots next to the menu, and here we can adjust things. If I scroll down, there are drop-down options. So right now when I hover over it, it appears. I can also say when I click on it, it'll appear. I prefer hover because that's what every website in the world should have. And if I go to design, look at this. The color is white. When I hover over it, it becomes green. That's the second color. And when I make it active, so when I click on it, it will be green. The background is dark. I don't want it to be dark. I want it to be light. So I choose this color. Now I cannot read the text anymore. So I go over here and I change this to the color 3, like that. And when I hover over it, I want the background to be orange. In order to do that, I go to General and I change the item hover effect to solid color. And now when I go to design, there's another option over here. When I hover, I can change it to, let's say, the yellow color, like that. But then I want the color to be white, just like this one. And that's what I prefer. Then I want to go to the font family, Nunito Sans. Okay, and I want to make it bigger. I think 16 is fine. I can have an items divider. So let's make it black to show you how it looks. We can change the way it looks, but I prefer not to use that. So I can say 0 or none. And then over here, I want to change those colors. So I scroll up and then over here, I go to design. Again, color 3. When I hover over it, I want it to be orange or yellow, perfectly in between. And when it's active, it also be orange. And now we have styled our menu. Okay, I close this. This is how it looks. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you like this tutorial so far. If you do, please like the tutorial. That will help me out a lot. That you're watching this will also help me out a lot, because the longer people watch, the better it is for the search results. The more competitors you get, because the more websites will be made. And that way we get more competitors, but the world will also become a better place, because a website is often a place where people offer services. And the more services they are offered to each other. Okay, let's what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I hope you like the tutorial. What I'm gonna do right now, we're gonna configure the header. I like this part. I hope you like it too. I like it even more to work with the Elementor page builder. We're gonna do that later. So if you're like, this is boring, the fun stuff is coming. It's coming closer every minute. It's coming closer 1 minute. So now let's configure the header. And now I want to adjust the header. How can we do that? I go back to the customizer. Before I do that, I want to do 2 things. I want to change this color. So in order to do that, I go to colors all the way down and I select the green color. That will show me how high this header is. Then I click on main row. What I also can do, I can go back and go to general options, header. Look at this. What we see over here, 3 rows on top of each other. The top row, the main row, and the bottom row. We can adjust those by clicking here. So if I go to the main row, that's the second thing I want to do. I want to go to design, change the background to white. Like that. So now we can see the height of the header. So let me break it down for you again. We have the top row, the main row, and the bottom row. And every row has 3 areas, a left one, center one, and the right one. Right now, I don't see the center one because there's no element in it. I can drag this element, the menu, to the center. And now you see 9 areas, 3 areas per row, left, center, and right, top, center, bottom. So now we have our logo at the left, our menu at the center, and the search icon at the right. If I go back, I see all those elements over here. So maybe I want to have a button on the top row. As soon as I release it, a new area appears, the top row. So now I can adjust the bottom individually by clicking here or hovering over here and clicking here. Or I can adjust the top row by clicking here or clicking here. So if I go to the design area of the top row, I can change the background to green. Interesting. And I can click on the button. I can change the label to contact. And over here, the link is /contact. So when people click over there, they go to the contact page. Let's do that. Now they're at the contact page. I click on the logo and I go back to the home page. If I go over here to the top row, I can increase the height of this row. I can also decrease it, but I cannot make it smaller than this button. So if I remove the button and I go for HTML, it becomes even smaller. I click on HTML and I can say, call us at +316 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. But the text is dark. That's the only color you can have in the free version of Blocksy. No, just kidding. If you go to the design tab, click on the font color, make it white. Then I can change the text. I can make it open sans or Nunito sans. Since we're in the header, let's do Nunito. I can make it a bit smaller. I can go to the top row, make the header a bit higher and to automatically align in the center vertically. So now I can go back. What else do we have? We can have an account. If people buy things on your web shop, they can have an account over here. They can log out, go to their profile, etc. Or we can have a second menu, or we can have socials like that. If you click on the socials, you can go to design, change the color, in my case to white. And when people hover over it, yellow, like that. Then I want to go to the main row, click over here, change the height. I don't want to take too much space. If you do that, and we take a look, there's less space for all the other important information on our website. So I prefer to keep it as low as possible or decrease the height. So let's say 70. Okay, maybe bring it back with the arrows to 60. Okay, let's say 60. What you also can do with the header, you can make it boxed, so it will be smaller. So if I say command minus or control minus, it looks like this, or full width. And full width means it's totally from the left to the right. Doesn't matter how big your screen is, totally from the left to the right. So you can choose to have that. You can also have that with the other areas, full width, the top header, like that. Or bring it back to default, click over here, default. So with a free version of a theme, the Blocksy theme, we can create something like this. I can bring this to the right again. I can also bring the socials over here. Then I need to change the colors again. I can bring this to the center. It's just all drag and drop. And if I want to have another area, the third row, I can have a menu over here. And then I can also adjust that design, do whatever I want, because it's my life and it's now or never. I just want to live forever. I just gonna live while I'm alive. It's my life. I think, man, that could be a really nice song, especially when you have someone that can sing it like crazy. Yeah, let's see. Maybe I should do something with that. Maybe I should just get rid of the menu too. I don't want to overwhelm people with a lot of information. I think this is great for now. So what you also can do, menu over here, call to action over there. Since my website is not that big, I don't want to have a search area right now. So I can do something like that. Yeah, let's take that serious. I want to have a contact button because we saw the call to action before. So I can make it medium. Then I can go to design. I want to increase the border radius. So let's say 25. So that's nice roundings. That's what I want to use in my website, just like the logo, no capitals, a lot of roundings. So I want to maintain the style. But now I have contact and I have contact over here. So I go to the menu, I go back, scroll down all the way, menus, the main menu, and then at contact, I can click over here and say remove. Then I can click over here. I love it. The more you play around with this, the easier it becomes to navigate. I just really like how intuitive this beautiful theme is. It's by far my favorite theme. And probably through this tutorial, we'll see why. Maybe this is the first website you'll make. Well, then you get used to one of the best themes out there, especially when it comes to free themes. It's all really easy to set up if you ask me, and I do my best to show it to you. So we started with this, and now we have this. I think we're doing a great job. What I see here, it is aligned really nice, and here it's not aligned perfectly. Let's see if we can do something about that. At the logo, design, margin, if I uncheck this, at the left, I want to bring it down even to negative. So it aligns with this area. Our header looks great, if you ask me. I think it looks great. I hope you share the same opinion, but how does it look on a mobile? Let's optimize it for other devices, for tablets, and for mobiles. Whenever I create something in my website, I want to check how it looks on different devices. Well, I can tell you the menu or the header will look different on another device. So if you want to see that, go to the header. So click over here on header. And then I go to the tablet mobile header. And this is how it looks, really clean. If you want to, you can still have the upper area with the HTML, the socials or the socials. It's up to you. And what you will place on the tablet will also be shown on a mobile. It still looks great. So I click over here and now I see all these colors. I see this menu, which makes no sense to me in a random order. So what I want to do, I want to click over here on the mobile menu. So what I see here is decided over here. Here's the off canvas area. So I click on the mobile menu, then I select the main menu like that, but then I miss the contact area. So what I can do, I can go back. I can add a button here below like that. So we still have the call to action. I want to change the style. How can I do that? Well, I can change the style of the background by clicking over here, the off canvas area. So let's take a look. We can reveal it as a modal, as a full width, or as a side panel. Left side or right side. The panel width, it's the viewport width. So if you say 100, it's completely over the width of the screen. If you say 50, it's exactly 50% of the width of the screen. You can also do it with pixels. I like the viewport. So I will leave it with that. And I think 50 is great. The alignment, I can bring it to the center. Well, I actually like that. Horizontally, you can bring it to the center. I'm okay with this. And the padding panel heading. Do you want to show that it is a menu? Also, when you close it, do you want to show that it's a menu? Well, for me, that's not necessary. I can change the text, but I'm okay. I'm good. Then we can go to design. I like to make use of a light menu. And now I need to go over here to the mobile menu, design, color 3, Nunito, sans. Why so bold? Doesn't have to be the case. And then the drop down. Okay, that can be glitchy, but just make sure it's the same. Nunito, sans, 500. Maybe a bit smaller. So let's make this 20. And then this 18. Color, I want it to be the same. So when you hover over it, it becomes yellow, orange. I can have dividers like that. Different color, of course. But I prefer not to have them. Okay. You know what? I want to bring it to the top. So again, it's okay like that. Then I go to the mobile menu. For the drop down, what do you want to display? I'm okay with this. I can increase the spacing, but I'm good. One more thing, interactive collapse. Right now, I can open it, but what if I turn this off? It looks like that. I think that's better. So I go to design, drop down font, and I make it 20. And then I click on publish. Also over here, seems to be working great. Nice animation. I'm happy with this. I think our header already is cool, but using the Blocksy theme, you can make your header sticky. You can make sure that the header will stick with you on the whole page. So if you scroll down, it sticks with you. There are a few different options you can have. I think this is amazing. I've been wanting this since 2015. I had a premium theme that could do this, but there was no free theme that could do this. And now there is. It's called the Blocksy theme. I'm excited about the Blocksy theme. And now I'm going to show you how to create a sticky header. So what's next? If I go to the desktop screen, we can make this sticky. In order to do that, we need to have a higher website. So what I will do, I will edit this page. And I go to the dummy text generator. I go for 400 words with a few paragraphs, and then I can copy this text. Why this text? This is text that you cannot get a copyright claim for. This is text that can be published on any website without getting into legal problems. So that can help you to fill in some details without having any text. So you can check out how things will look. Okay, now we can scroll. So what I want to do, I want to go to the customizer. I want to turn on the sticky header. How can we do that? I can go to the header. Then over here, the second tab, headers, global header. And then I can add the sticky functionality. And by default, only this area sticks, the main row, like that. Can be handy. And then you can also say the top and the main row should be sticky. So they both stick with you. The only thing is that the color changes. You can fix it by going to the top row, design, and the sticky state still can give you a dark background. So now when you scroll, it stays as it is. If you would have 3 rows, you can also have all rows or only the top row. I prefer only have the main row and sticks with you all the time. The effect can be default, slide down like that, or auto hide and show. That means if you scroll down, it's hidden. As soon as you scroll up, then it appears. This is a premium feature with most themes and with the Blocksy theme. This is free and I actually like it because when you scroll down, you're probably focused on the content and then you're like, okay, maybe I want to go somewhere else. And as soon as you scroll up, it appears. So if you want that, it's possible. I keep it at the default. You can also have an offset. So when I scroll down, it will look like that. So you can see through the menu. And if I go to the top row, and I say it's 30 pixels, and then I go back to the headers, global headers. The offset is also 30. And I publish it, and I close it. Look at this. Then you can still see through it in the background above the header. I like it, but I will turn it back. I want my website to be as simple as possible. Header, headers, global header, and then no offset. I want to turn off the sticky header for other devices. So over here on the tablet, it does not stick with us. If I turn it on, it will. I prefer not to do that. So we have a sticky header, but we can do more. We can also make it transparent. And this is something I really like. So let me show you what you can do with a transparent header. Can you guess? Yes, it will make your header transparent. Okay, let me show you how. And the next thing I want to take a look at is the transparent function. I turn it on and this looks weird. It can be shown better when there's a background image, but right now I just want to show you what is possible. So what I will do, I go back and now here at the main row, I can go to design and there are 3 states. The default one, when you don't have a transparent background, the transparent state. So right now, whatever I say over here, here's the opacity. It can be shown like that. What I like is making it partly transparent, but then I need to go to the menu to design. And then at the transparent state, I want the text to be light. When you hover over it, I want it to be yellow. Now I go to the logo. And now this is the power of Blocksy. Again, maybe I'm talking too much about how much I love this theme. For me, I don't need a premium theme. This theme is doing a great job. The transparent state logo. Well, I have a light logo. I go to upload files, select files, logo white. So when I have a dark background or a transparent background, then I can make use of this logo. But when I scroll down, I want to use another logo. So at the sticky state logo, I want to have the dark logo again. Look at this. It starts like this. When I scroll down, the logo changes. Really nice. And this can look beautiful when you have an image in the background. But we'll talk about it later when we start to use an amazing page builder. So far, so good. The only thing I don't like is when I scroll down, the logo becomes a bit smaller. What's the case? I accidentally uploaded the wrong logo. So I go to the logo and instead of uploading the SVG, at the transparent state, I uploaded the PNG over here. So I delete this one, upload files, select files, and I go for white.svg. So it's the best when you have the same sizes for the logos you upload. So logo white PNG has exactly the same size as the other one. So with SVG it's the same. So logo white.svg, open it. And now it's exactly the same. Some people, I don't know why, but a lot of people in my tutorials with the Blocksy theme say they seem not to have the transparent and sticky menu options. Well, if that's the case, I think there's only one solution. And I think that there could be one case, and that is that you don't have your own domain name with web hosting, but that you use the WordPress.com version, the free one. In that case, it's not possible. But when you have your own domain, as shown in this tutorial, or your own web hosting, you install the free version of WordPress and you have installed Blocksy and the companion plugin, you should be fine. Okay, are you happy? I hope you are. Let's take a look at the tablet view. I should be able to change this. So I go to design, and in the transparent state, I want it to be this color. Default state, when I hover over it, orange. But I just showed you what's possible. Now I want to bring it back. I don't want to have this logo like this. So in order to do that, I go over here. Sticky is okay, but transparent, no thank you. Everything will be fine. What else? Go to the customizer. I don't want to have the top bar. So I can go back over here, or I can remove it over here. And I don't need the socials. I keep it clean and simple. This is it. My logo, my menu, and the call to action. What I see is that the width of the website is really wide. I want to adjust that. So I go to customize. There's a perfect size for your website. In order to get that, we go to the general options, general, layout, and I change the width of the website to 1120. It's, in my opinion, the best size you can have. So that's it about our header. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting to a place where we're going to install a page builder. We have installed WordPress. Man, you've done so many things already. You have a domain name, you have web hosting, you installed WordPress, you installed the Blocksy theme, you configured the Blocksy theme, and now we're going to work with a page builder. Why Elementor? In my opinion, Elementor is the easiest, in my opinion, is also the easiest and best page builder there is right now. I know there's a page builder that comes with WordPress itself. I think it's not there yet, but Elementor is. Elementor, I've been using it since 2017. And when I started using it for the first time, it was like, wow, this was the tool I was always searching for. I've been making websites for clients, and sometimes it took me days with CSS and trying things to make something happen. And with Elementor, it was so intuitive, so easy. And man, I love it. It's free. There's a pro version, but in this tutorial, we're going to talk about the free version. I will also make a tutorial about the pro version. I think Blocksy, the free Blocksy theme combined with Elementor, it's an amazing deal. We're going to make an amazing website using free tools. So let me show you how to install Elementor. In order to get Elementor, the best free page builder in the world, we go to 30corp.com/Elementor. Hit enter. And we will be redirected to a page with prices. Well, Elementor is free, but they're also really good in hiding. So there must be a free plan or a free page builder somewhere, but I can't find it. If you can't find it either, then we can go to the backend of our website, to plugins, add new, and search for Elementor. And there we see the free version of Elementor. So I click on install now. Before I do that, by the way, 5 million installations, updated 3 weeks ago, compatible with our current version of WordPress. This page builder makes it easy to make websites. I love this page builder. I've been making websites since 1999 with HTML and stuff. And then I found a theme in 2015 that made it easier for me to make websites. And then in 2018, I found out about Elementor, and that was like, wow, this is next level. I clicked on install, and then I click on the X. I don't need to configure this. So I click on the X. Then I go to the screen options and I uncheck this. It can be that sometimes you get an update. So I go to updates. I update the Blocksy companion. I go to the other update. That's the theme, Blocksy, update the theme. And what we see over here is Elementor. Super cool. So if I go to my website, I can edit the page. And now there's a new option. I can edit the page with Elementor. So that's what I will do. I click on edit with Elementor. Now the Elementor page builder will be loaded. Sometimes there are new things and they give you a notification. I close it. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Elementor page builder. Before we're going to build things in Elementor, I want to set it up in a certain way so we can work more efficient. So maybe this is a bit more boring. We just need to set it up in a way that in the long run, we will be more productive. So how long will it take? I don't know, a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes. I don't know actually, but it's worth it. And after that, the fun is coming. Then we're going to create things. Yes. Okay, let's continue. Before we get started, I want to configure a few things so we can work more productive. I close this. I don't need this. I click on update. What I want to do first, I want to make use of the top bar. There's a new top bar layout and I want to use it in Elementor page builder. So in order to go there, click on the 3 lines if you see them. Click on exit. Then I select the WP dashboard. That means if I exit Elementor, I go to the WP dashboard, to the backend. Leave the site. So what I want to do, I want to go to Elementor, settings. We're going to talk about disable default colors and disable default fonts. Right now, I want to keep them checked, and later on, I will configure this so I can show you what I mean. Features. I scroll down and I'm searching for the editor top bar, and I turn it to active. Then I scroll down, see if there are other things I want to be adjusted. Well, that's it. I click on save the changes. And now if I go to the website and I edit it with Elementor, look at this. Now there's a top bar over here. So this is the Elementor page builder with a top bar. At the left, we have elements. So I can drag a heading to the website, an image, a video, text editor, and a lot of other elements. Here at the right, we see structure. So when we've created our page or we're building our page, we see the site structure over here that can help you to navigate through your website. But before we're going to dive deep into this, I want to do a few things. The first thing I want to do, I want to click on the Elementor logo. Then I want to go to the user preferences. And if you want to, you can make the interface of Elementor dark. I prefer light, but it's up to you. What I want to have is editing handles. If I create a new container, clicking over here and I want to duplicate it, I cannot do that. I want to be able to do that. So I turn those on by clicking here, user preferences, editing handles. And now there's another option. I can duplicate things. It makes things easier. Then I want to go over here to the site settings. And then I want to go to layout. And the first thing I want to do, the content width, I want to align it with the Blocksy content width, which is 1120. Then there's container padding. Let me illustrate it to you. I save the changes. If I close this and I create a new container, we're going to dive deep in containers later. But right now, if I create a container and in that container, I add anything. So let's say another container. What I see, there's a padding over here. There's a space. If I drag another container over here, there's again some space. So every time if I import something, there is some space around the container. And I don't want that. I want to, because now if I would add an image, that image is not aligned here at the left. It's over here. Why? Because by default, there is 10 pixels of padding when you insert a new container. But that's not good for the look of our website. So in order to get rid of that, I go to the site settings, to layout, and container padding is 0. But let me show you something. I save this. If I drag an image over here and I go to the tablet view, I want there to be more space over here. That looks fine. If I go to the mobile view, that also looks fine. So what I don't want is that those images are totally here against the side, because that's not good for the look and feel of your website. So right now it seems to be great. So I don't change anything. If later in the tutorial I see that things are looking weird on a mobile or on a tablet, I will go to the settings over here, layout, and then I can adjust the container padding. Okay, I go back to the desktop view. I scroll down. By default, I don't want to see this home title. If I go to the about page, you see about. Services, you see services. I don't want that. So in order to fix that, I go to the site settings layout. I scroll down. I go to the default page layout, and that's not the theme, but Elementor full width. Save the changes. If I go back to the editor, publish, and I take a look over here on the eye, so I can see the result. There's no more home over here. So that's what I want. What I can do now, I can click here, exit to WordPress, edit with Elementor again. And now also here, there is no more title. Something else I can do, if I go to the site settings layout, I can also say it needs to be a canvas. What is a canvas? It means that it has no header and footer from the theme. So if I turn that on, save the changes, and exit to WordPress, go to the website. Now there's no header and no footer. That's not what I want. I want to use the header and the footer of the Blocksy theme. We're going to talk later about the Blocksy theme footer. I edit this with Elementor, go to the site settings, and in the beginning it can be overwhelming, like, whoa, all those settings, all those options. But the more you work with this, the easier it becomes. I go back to layout and I change it back to full width. Save it. What I see when I exit to WordPress, I go to the post. I don't want that. I want to go to the dashboard. So I go back to Elementor. Then I go to user preferences over here. And when I exit, I should go to the WP dashboard. publish. Okay, I go back over here. This is an element. I hover over here and I can remove it. I can also remove this container. Then I want to go to the site settings again. This time I want to go to the global fonts. And we don't want to use these fonts actually. But I can do for just to make things sure. Set everything to open sans. Copy it. Select it. Second one. Paste it. Select it. The third one. Why don't we use it? We want to make use of the fonts in the Blocksy theme. I don't want to use the style guide. Then I save the changes. Then I go back. What I do want to use over here, the theme styles. So I go to typography. The text color. I want it to be the third color, but I want to use colors from the Blocksy theme. I cannot see those. I will come back to that in a minute. Right now, the typography. I want it to be open sans. And then for the links, I just want to inherit the default font because right now this is the default font. Then for the typography, then for the H1 until H6, I want to make use of Nunito sans. So I go to H2, Nunito S, copy, select, select. Personally, I only use H1, H2, and H3. Those are headings. And when you have a heading in your website, Google knows, okay, that's a special piece of content. So there's only one H1 in the website. That's the title of your website often. Then we have other title. It's H2. And if your title that's less important, I use H3. We'll talk about it. Let's take a look at the text colors. If I close this and I drag, let me get rid of this and get rid of this, publish. If I drag a heading over here, and I go to the style. If I click over here, I can see all those colors here, the theme palette colors. I don't want to use those 4 colors from Elementor. I want to use the colors from my theme. So if I select this one, it will become orange. So that's why I don't talk about those colors, but just to make things sure, we can use the same colors. So first I need to go back. Grab this color, then go to the style, global colors, primary. Then I go back, save it. I go to the second color, copy it. Secondary color. Okay. Then I go to the third color, copy. I want to use that for the latest 2 colors. So global colors, the third one and the fourth one, just as a backup, but we're not going to use those colors. I go back, then I go to typography, text color. I want it to be the same color. The one I just chose, the third color in my color palette from the Blocksy theme. So now we've set up the colors, the fonts in our website. Now I want to take a look at the page builder. I close this, close this. There is so much to tell about Elementor. There are so many things I can explain to you at the same time, but then you will be overwhelmed because there's a lot to learn. So I will start with the basics of the basics. I will show you how to drag elements into a container and how it works with the 3 tabs and how to style things. After that, we're going to do another basic tutorial on how to position things. When we've done those 2 basic trainings, then we're going to put it into practice and we're going to start building our websites. But now you're going to learn it. So normally I watch tutorials on double speed or 1.5 speed. I think this is the moment to put it on speed 1, just the normal regular one, and then learn it. Good luck. If you get overwhelmed, like, okay, this is not for me, I'm going to quit, can I please advise you to continue? Because it takes a bit of time to learn this, but when you learn it, man, it's going to help you to create amazing websites. And I'm here for you. If you have a question, you can leave a comment. I do my best to answer them. To be honest, I'm not that active with it because I get so many comments, but I do my best. Is that enough? Is that fair? Okay. I hope my tutorial is sufficient. Yes. Okay. Let's start with the basics of Elementor. As I said, here at the left, we have all the elements, and we can place those elements in the container. This is for the Pro version. So I collapse that. But all those elements can be used within the Elementor page builder. And we place them in containers. So if you want to create a new container, there are a few ways to do that. You can click on the plus. Then you can choose a certain structure. So you can have a container with two containers in it, one at the left and one at the right. We can have a container with even 5 parts like that. And if you click on the plus, then you can drag images in it. Click on the plus, text, click on the plus, Google Maps. And that's actually how we create websites. But the great thing is we can style everything, of course. So let's start from the beginning. I showed you how to create a container like this. But what you also can do, you can drag a container over here, or you can drag your first element over here, and then it also creates a container around it. So what I prefer is just to use this one, click on the plus, and then arrow down or arrow to the right. And then I can say, place everything, all the elements below each other or next to each other. If I say below each other, I can click on the plus and I can drag a heading over here. Then plus, I go for a button. I can drag it like that. And if I see the purple area, I can release it and then it will be placed. So if I want to have a third element, an icon, for instance, I can drag it in between. Okay, it's in between now. If I release it, it will be there. So how does it work? For every container and every element, there are 3 tabs over here. The first one is the content. So right now I'm selecting the icon element. The icon element has different information here at the content area than a heading. When I've selected a heading, I can add a title, a URL, align it. With an icon, there are other options. With a button, there are also other options. So based on the element, there are different options in the content area. The same goes for the style. So here we can change the content. We can change the heading, title of your website. Here we can change the content by changing the icon to something else. And here we can change the content by changing the text of the button. Subscribe. By the way, if you like this content, feel free to subscribe to this YouTube channel. I create more WordPress related tutorials and I show you how to create websites that can help you to make money online. How cool is that? I think it's really cool, especially when there's an honest guy just telling you the truth instead of selling you anything. And I'm referring to myself. Of course, I can link it to my YouTube channel. I can say it should be opened in a new window, publish. So that's the content. I change the content of 3 different elements, but we can also change the style. How? By going to the second tab. So with the title, all those options over here at the style are also based on the type of element you have over here. So for the title, I can change the text color. So let's say the primary or the theme palette color 1. For the icon, I can also change the color to this light color over here. When I hover over it, I can change it to orange. As I said, I prefer not to use the primary color, so I use theme palette color 1. And for the button, I can also change the style. Background, I can even create a gradient. So color 1 is this one. Color 2 can be the light color. Wow, that's really ugly. That also, so let's do accent color. Okay. And then I can change location, can change the degrees. So that's all part of the style. And then there's a third tab, advanced, and that's the same everywhere. We can talk about margin, padding, aligning, position, motion effects, transform. We're going to talk about those options, but that's not all. We can adjust the elements, but also the container which contains those elements. So let me show you something. Right now, the main background of our website is green. That is because of the Blocksy theme. We configured it like that. But I can give this container a different background color. So I can go to style, background type. I can say this should be almost white. But then I can go to the icon, to advanced, to background. And I can say I want to have a dark background again. And I also want to change the style. I want to give some space over here on top and below this icon. So I can go to advanced, layout, and then at padding I can say 50. Then I can go to the container and I'm like, the title is totally against this line and below the same. So I want to give it some padding. So I also say over here, 50. So you see, we have the background of our website. Then we have the background of the container. And then we can have a background of an element. And all those options combined can help you to create amazing websites. And I will show you step by step how to do that. We'll do it in a way that it will keep your website light. And keep in mind that there are multiple ways to do things in Elementor. So there's no one perfect way, but I think there's a best way. And now what I want to do, I want to show you the best way that keeps your website light and fast. So that was a small introduction. Let's talk about this area over here. If I say Command or Control P, I can see how the website will look. I can publish it by clicking here. If I want to see the result of what we have edited so far, I can click on the eye. And the cool thing is, if I change something over here, I change this color to green, and I publish it without refreshing the page, it is updated. So that's how I prefer to work. So I can say Command P, Control P, or I can click over here and see the result. But what I prefer is to adjust something over here and then check it over here. And I like to make use of the Navigator. So let me show you the Navigator, or it's also called Structure. It was called the Navigator, now it's called Structure. So if I click over here, if you have a big screen, you can align it to the right. I prefer to make it float. So what you see over here, I have the container. And in that container, we have three areas: the heading, the icon, and the button. I can also double click. Call this the hero. The hero is the first area, the first container in your website. And in that way, I can keep things structured and organized. So I can collapse this. If I create a new section, or sorry, a container, it was called section before, now it's container. So sometimes I say section, I mean container. I create a second container and then I can say our services. Hit enter. And in that way, through the structure area, I can keep a structure in my website and see where I am at. So if I select this, I see the options over here. So I like the structure panel. I always use it, leave it open somewhere, unless I want to adjust something over here, then I collapse it and then I can bring it back by clicking here. And if you click over here, look at this, how many cool keyboard shortcuts there are. If you want to undo something, Command Z, redo it, Command Shift Z, and depending on where, what kind of platform you are, maybe you're on a PC, maybe you're on a Mac, it will show the right keyboard shortcuts. Saving it, also nice, Command S in my case. So it says Command I. So if I want to have that, Command I, and there it is. So if you learn those keyword shortcuts, it can become really easy for you to navigate through your website. Okay, so what I will do, I will get rid of this. I get rid of this. So now if I say Command I see the structure and there's nothing here. I can click, I can say Command S. Now it's saved. So if I go over here, it's gone. What I want to do now, I want to go to the customizer, go to colors, and make the side background white, completely white, publish, close it. Awesome. And now, let me close this and click on Edit with Elementor. Now I want to start building and show you how the container works. Are you ready? I hope you are. Let's get started. We're gonna talk about the basics of positioning things. And when you got that basic information, then we're gonna create our homepage. Yes, let's go. Right now we're on the homepage, but I want to practice somewhere else. So what I can do, I can say Command or Control E. That brings me to the Finder. And now I can say add new page. Then I see that option over here, add a new page. That's what I will do. Then I go to the settings over here, page settings. I call this one practice. and then I click on publish. So now we can practice with Elementor. So the first thing I want to do, I want to click on the plus. I want to create a container with elements that goes to the right, like that. Now I want to click on the plus, drag an image over here. I want to click here to select an image, upload files, select files, and then I go to images tutorial, web define, practice, and then say Command or Control A. So I select all the images, I open them, and I select the first image. Select. Now I can say right mouse click, duplicate, or Command or Control D, like that. Then I click on the second one and I change the image to 2. Then I change the third image to 3. And I think you know what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to change the fourth image to the 4th. So how does it work with the container? Well, if I want to select the container, I hover over it and I select it over here. I can click on structure. There's the container. What I see in my container, I have 4 images. So when I select the container and I go to layout, I see a few options over here. The first one is the content width. Right now it's boxed. That means it is within the width of the website, within the 1120 pixels. So it starts here and it could end here. So if I would duplicate it again and again, you see it's solely from the left over here to the right. That's what I prefer. But if I go back to the container and I say it is full width, that means that it will use the whole width of your screen. Look at this. So it goes completely from the left to the right. So if you have a really big screen, it will still stay completely at the left until the right. Well, that's not what I prefer. What I prefer is to have everything within the box. Well, it can be in some cases when you want to have a text area, you click on the plus and then you can select the text editor. You copy and paste the text a few times. It can be that in this case, for the container, you have the content width boxed, but the width, you can change it to, let's say, 700 pixels. Because reading a text like this, completely from the left to the right, that can be a less fun experience than when you decrease it a bit. So in that case, I change the width. But most of the time, I leave it as it is. So I go over here, boxed, and then the width, I keep it at 1120, so it aligns perfectly with the rest of my website. So let me get rid of the 2 extra 4s. I go back to the container. So we have the content width and the width. Most of the time I leave it with boxed and 1120. Then there's also the minimum height. Well, right now I will increase that. And what you will see, this line, this purple line or pink line, it will increase. So now you see the height of this container. It's now 500 pixels in height. In order to make things more clear, I go to the container, the second tab, and I want to give this a dark background. So I go to background, normal, click on classic, and then I can choose a color. I choose one of the global colors, the second one from my Blocksy theme. Okay, go back to the layout. So we have the height. If I increase it, you see it increases. If I don't want that, Command Z or Control Z on the PC. So look at this. Direction, justify content, and align items. This is really important. We're not going to use everything, so I will make it a bit easier for you. For instance, over here at direction. Let's start with direction. You know, there's only one direction. Written on these walls are the stories that I can't explain. Okay, let's continue. The direction is from left to right at this moment. That's what you see. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I can also change the direction from top to bottom vertically. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then there's the third option. I never use this on a desktop. I can use it on a mobile and on a tablet, but we'll talk about it later. On a desktop, I only use horizontal and vertical. If I would say row reversed, then it starts at the right and goes to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I say column reversed, then it goes from the bottom 1, 2, 3, 4 towards the top. So look at this. Look at this area and this area when I click over here or when I click over here. Based on the direction, also those directions change. Well, let's start with the horizontal. Right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 from left to right. I can click over here, but nothing changes because by default, this first option is already active. So if I click here, nothing changes. If I click on center, then horizontally, based on the direction, everything will be centered. And now if I duplicate it, it will still be centered. I can also align it to the right or to the end. Well, then there's the fourth option. That is space between. This is an option I like. That means that the first element is totally at the left and the latest one is totally at the right. And that's how it stays. So if I add something, the space in between becomes smaller, but the first element will also always start here and the latest one will also end here. That's what I like. So I also use that option. Then there's also the option space around. Right now, those three spaces are evenly. So the width of this area is the same as here and as here. But when I say space around, that means that around every element, the space at the right and at the left is equal. So now we see this space, and this space, but also here at the right and here at the left there's space. Why? Because this is not one space. This is 50% of the first element and 50% of the second element here at the left and at the right. That's why you have 50% of this space here at the left and here 50% at the right. Then there's another option, space evenly, and that means that all the spaces have the same width. So this space has the same width as this one and this one. As I said, I almost never use those two options. So for me, it's horizontally or vertically, and then those four options. Same goes over here. I can have it at the top. Okay, let me make this a bit higher. So I click over here, make it 700. So there's a little bit of space. Let's make it 900. So right now, since I changed this, also this changed. So now justify content by default, it's at the top. But if I select the center, it will be vertically aligned in the center. So this space is the same as this one. Then I can bring it to the end. So now everything is aligned towards the bottom. But now if I would say space in between, that means that the first one will be here at the top, the latest one here at the bottom, and the space in between is evenly divided. So let me show you that. And then the other two options, here's a bit more space and there is a bit more space. So that's how it works. Bring it back. And then we have the other option, because right now we're talking about horizontally alignment at the left in this case, but we can also have vertically alignment based on the row or the column. So if I say start, nothing happens, but I can also align everything vertically in the center like that, or at the end, or I can stretch it. Well, stretch is something I'll talk about right now, but I need another example for that. So really quick, let me build something. You don't have to follow through, but let me show you how I would do this. Everything goes down. So here's that area. Now I go to the plus and I want to drag 3 elements over here. So the first one, it's a container in a container. You see that by the tab. So it's a little bit more to the right. This container, I want to place a heading in it and some text. Then I go to this container. I want to go to the style, background, make it dark. I go to advanced, padding. As I said, you don't have to follow through. We're going to talk about all these things. Padding 20. So that's the space in between this section. Okay, now I want to duplicate this twice. I can also do that over here. Duplicate it and duplicate it. Then I go to the container that contains the other 3 containers. This one. I bring it from left to right like that. Great. But now look at this. If I make this text longer, copy, paste. Let's paste it again. By default, if I go to the container that contains the 3 containers, by default, if I select nothing, the alignment of the items is stretched. That means if this has a certain height, then this will stretch with it. But what I also can say, align everything to the top. Or everything to the center or everything to the end. But if you say stretch, in some cases that can be really beautiful because then it just fits better in the style of your website. So that's where you use stretch. And now I just want to show you that example. And maybe you're like, 30, why are we playing around with numbers? I will never create something like this. I know, but I want to start from scratch. We're just scratching the surface. I want to show you step by step how everything works. So step by step, we're going to increase the difficulty. And if I do it like that, I think you can follow along. If I dive deep from the start, then maybe you're like, okay, this is too complicated and I can lose you. I don't want that. So that's why I started with simple images. But you can add images, but look at this. You can also add a container. You can also add a heading. And now if I change the style, there's a number, then there's a container. And right now everything is below each other. But in this container, I can add a button. And I can add another button, or I can duplicate it. And they're below each other. But now, because this is a container, I can do the same thing. And this time I say, no, I want them to be next to each other and aligned in the center. And that, if you combine elements with containers, then the power of Elementor becomes really big. And you can create almost anything you can imagine. But I just want to start from scratch with a few simple images. So let me get rid of this now. So a few more things I want to show you. We talked about direction. Right now they're going down. Justify there at the start. I can also bring them to the center. Let's keep it with the center. And then I can align the items left or right or in the center. What you also see, this area over here, that's a gap of 20 pixels. If I increase it, let's say 50, it becomes 50. I can also say 0, then everything will be attached to each other. Also when I do it like this. So by default, I prefer 20. And that only applies when you use those 3 options or those 3. When you start to play around with stretch, then those 20 pixels do not apply anymore. So, but you can increase that or decrease that. I prefer 20. So I talked about these things, but what you also can do, you can adjust the style individually or the settings. So for image 1, I'm okay. Image 2, I can say, you know what? I want to align it over here at the center. So I go to advanced and then over here, align self. I can say, I want you to be in the center. And for the third one, I want you to be at the bottom. And now I can still go to the container and change the order. And then over here, I can say, I want you to align self to the left. Okay, and now let me show you something. It's just a teaser, what you can do, and that will make it easier for you to create the design you have in mind. Now I can go to the margin. I can uncheck this and then go to the top with a negative value. My wife always says, the word you say, value, you don't say it right. I often say value. And I try to say value. Sometimes hard, but hey, I'm doing my best. So now you can adjust the design pixel perfect. So over here, I could say top margin. Well, I prefer not to do that over here. I can go to the section and say by default, I want to have a padding of 50 pixels. So there's a bit of space on top and space below. And by the way, if I go to layout and I change the minimum height to nothing, then automatically the padding will decide how much space there is over here and here. So if I increase this, then you see more space over here and the same space is over here, but also at the right and at the left. And that's not what I want. So I would uncheck this. And then at the top, I would say 90, at the right, 0, at the bottom 90, and at the left, 0, because I prefer to keep those alignments. So that was a teaser. We're going to talk about margin, padding, and align self. So this is the practice page. I can say Command or Control S. I can say Command or Control P, and then I see how it looks. Or I can click on the eye, and then I see how that will look. So these are the basics of Elementor. I will leave them with that. What I can do now, Command E. I can search for the homepage by typing home. I can go to the home page or to the homepage. This is the front end. This is the back end. This is editing. This is the site. So I click on homepage, leave it. And now we're here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we talked about the basics. Now we're going to put it into practice. So now is finally getting started. So we have the basics. Now I hope you understand it. And throughout the tutorial, we're going to dive deeper, step by step. So we're going to start with creating a hero. That's the first part people will see when they enter your website. And then step by step, I'm going to show you other things. I'm going to show you more advanced things. And at the end of the tutorial, you'll have an amazing website and you can consider yourself to be an Elementor expert because I'm going to show you so many things. But first we're going to create the hero. So let's do that right now. So I want to create the hero for our website. That's the first thing people will see when they enter our website. So I click on the plus and I want to have an area with 2 columns. So I choose this one. Now I want to go to the style. I want to choose a background. Well, there are 4 backgrounds you can choose. The background type, the first one is the classic one. Just a color. Actually, there are 5. You can just choose one color. This one, for instance. Or you can choose an image. I already have all these images because I recorded this part later. I choose this image now. If you want to follow along, you can go to upload files, select files, images tutorial, web design, business. Choose one of those images. These images, by the way, I will check if they are not from iStock. If they are, I cannot share them with you. So then in that case, there will be other images that are royalty free that can be found on Pexels or pixabay.com. And those images can be used for free without you getting into trouble. I go to the media library. I choose this one. I select it. Then I go to display size over here and I choose cover. I go to the layout. For the sake of the tutorial, I will bring this back later. Just want to show you something. So I can have an image as a background. Then I can go to the style background. I can also choose a gradient. That's what I want to do. So let me come back to this later. I go to video. You can upload a video or have a video link over here. So let me show that. I go to YouTube. I search for GoPro. I don't know which is the newest one. 12 already. Okay. Right mouse click. Copy the link address. And then I paste it here. Now it says GoPro in the beginning. I don't want that. So what I want to do, I want to start after 12 seconds. That's also not okay. Let's go for 15. So at once it starts with this. I can also have an end time. I can play it once. I can let it play on mobile. I can have a background fallback image. So if the video somehow doesn't work, I can have an image that will be shown instead of the video. But it can be if you have a heading over here that you don't see that well. First of all, because it's dark. But then if you have a light background, you don't see that well. So what you also can do with every background you have, so I select the container, style, background, you can have a background overlay. So I can choose a color. I can say black, then increase the opacity. So I can still see the heading. If I bring this totally to the left, you see the whole video. If I bring this totally to the right, you see this color over here. You can also have a gradient. So you can maintain the style of your website. So if I would say color 2 and color 3, I can change the angle, bring this back. So I can combine it. And then the latest thing, if I go to the background and I get rid of the video, I can go to a slideshow. So I can add multiple images, select them, insert the gallery. I can configure it. So let's say every second it will change it just for the sake of the tutorial. So you can also have something like that. How cool is that? And then there's one thing I really like. That's the Ken Burns effect. Look at this. A small zoom. I really like it. I almost never use it. I used it in 2015. Then it was really hip and cool. Right now, in some cases I would use it, but in my case, I don't. all those images also take up space for your website or make your website a bit slower. So color or an image or a gradient or a video or a slideshow. Well, I want to go for gradient, but first let me bring this back. Go over here to layout, remove this. Over here, get rid of this color. And then go to the overlay and also get rid of that. So now I go to the background, gradient. I choose the first color, which is color 2. The second color is color 3. I change the angle. And right now it's a really nice gradient. But I also can change the location. If I would say 50 over here and also 50 over here, it will be a line. I can also change the angle then. So I can create something like that. I can change the type from linear to radial. And then play around with the gradient. So I bring this to 0, 100. Type is linear. And the angle is 90. And what you saw an image, and that's a stock image. So what you can do in order to get images for free, pixabay.com. And there you can find a lot of pictures. So I can say business, group, people. Those are stock images, the upper ones from iStock, and these are free ones. So the quality is obviously less, but you can get this for free. You can download it and use it. And if you want to go for the real stuff, which I highly suggest you do, you can go to 30corp.com/iStock, hit enter. If you search for business, group, people, look at this. The quality is so much better. So let's say you go for this image. It costs 3 credits. That can be up to $27, maybe more, maybe less. Maybe you think that's so much money, but think in ways of how much can this make my website look more professional and give me more business. For me, it's worth it. I don't even think about it. I have a subscription for 1,000 pictures per year, I think. And I use them on my websites for clients, because the website becomes better with high quality images. But if you want to prefer the free way, you can go to Pixabay or pexels.com. Business, group, people. Those look okay. So you can use something like this for free. Close it. So that's what you can do. Then let's say Command or Control I. It's called container, this area. I want to rename it, double click hero. I have a left area and a right area. Then I want to click on the plus and I want to go for a heading and drag it over here. And I want to change the text, and keep in mind, what is the goal of your website? I can say, welcome to this website. Please don't say that. Take a look at the best websites in the world. They spend millions probably on advertising and optimizing their website. So over here, I see something, and then learn more. There's a call to action. Over here, iPhone, this is normally the landing page. iPhone Pro, image, learn more or buy. So what I see also with Tesla.com, beautiful image, 2 options, learn more or custom order. So some people are ready to buy. They click on custom order. Some people are ready to buy. They click on buy. Some people are not ready to buy, but they are interested. And those people can click on learn more. So it's not like buy and nothing. And if people don't want to buy, they're gone. No, people that are not ready to buy, they can click on learn more. So I take a look at the best websites in the world and I want to learn from that instead of spending thousands of dollars or millions of dollars to optimize my website. So I want to have 2 call to actions, and learn more and another call to action. We're going to talk about it in a minute. And right now there's a title that should help the visitor to see what our company is all about. So I will say, we make websites that generate customers. Really simple. Let's keep it with that. Then I go to the style. I want the text to be light. So I go for this one. I want it to be H1. So I go to content, H1. You can have only one H1 in the website, and this is the one I want to use. And then I go to the container settings because there's no space over here. So I go to advanced. I uncheck this area at the padding, and at the top I say 60, and at the bottom I say 60. So we have a little bit of breathing space. Okay, next, below that, I click on the plus. I want to have 2 call to actions. The first one. Okay, what I want to say over here is learn more. And then I can talk about our services page. What we offer. We dive deeper into that subject on the services page. And then I want to have another call to action. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So I go to the style and let's see. The typography by default for buttons is already the right one. Text color is also great. The background type, I want it to be a normal color, which is this one. If you take a look at my other button, contact, it's also with beautiful roundings, just like the logo. So I want to do the same over here. The border radius, let's say 25. Perfect. And when I hover over it, nothing happens. So I click here on the hover tab. Then I can change the background color to the green one. Now it looks like that. Publish. I can say Command P. Now we see how it looks so far. So far, so good. I can also click on the eye. Perfect. Now I want to have a button next to this area. So I duplicate this, but what happens? It goes below. Why? If I take a look at this container layout, the direction is down. So I can say, you know what? I do it from left to right, but then all the 3 elements are from the left to the right, and that's not what I want. And that's a problem we cannot fix unless you get Elementor Pro. No, just kidding. You can fix this. How can we fix this? Right now, everything is going down again. You click on the plus. I drag a container over here. Then I drag this in that container, just like the other one. So it looks like that. Now, if I take a look at this container, I can call this container to buttons. I can say to this container layout, go from left to right. And that's how you can fix it. That's one way to fix it. There is a better way. I'll talk about it in a minute. So I click over here. I say get in touch. That's my call to action, my main one, and I don't want to have the same color. So I click over here. Then I want to go to the style. And instead of having this background, I want the background to be transparent. Nice. And I want the background, or I want the button to have a border. So over here, border type, I can say solid, but the more I increase this, the more it does not align with the other button. So let's say 2 pixels. So what I need to do now here at padding, if I would say 0, it's not aligned with the other one, but if I increase that step by step, I can see when it is aligned. So now it's aligned. When I hover over here, nothing happens. So I click over here, go to hover, and I can change this to a lighter green. So I click over here. So you see a distinction. So like that. The only thing I see, there's more space over here at the left and at the right. Here's not. So I go to the padding, uncheck that. And then at the right, I can say 25. And at the left, I can also say 25. If I want to see if it works, I click on the container, put them below each other. They're not perfectly aligned. So I go over here. Let's say 26. I go over here again, place them next to each other. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. So if we take a look at the structure over here, we see we have one hero that contains this whole area. In that hero, we have 2 containers. In the left container over here, we have a text, a heading, and another container, and that container contains 2 buttons. Here at the right, we also have an empty container, and I want to fill that. So what I can do, I can click on the plus, search for an image, or if I want to show multiple image, I can go for an image carousel. I drag it over here. And as I said before, every element has their own functionalities. So here at content, I can add multiple images. So I click on add images. I want to use 2 images that have the same height and width. So I go to images tutorial, web design, homepage, and this is console delivery full resolution. And this is the reduced size, 1200 pixels. Open it. So I select it. Studemy.com, copy it, paste it. And the second one, consoledelivery.com, copy it, paste it, and paste it. It's good to copy the title to the alt text and description. And if you upload an image, please don't name your image like this, img 0000 or 01, because this is literally what people upload and that's how you can be found. Weird images. So always rename your images. So if you take a look at my folder, if I go to web design, homepage, you see console delivery, Studemy, business, Los Angeles, web design agency, California. So also in my images, I use titles. So always do that and never leave it to img001 because you can be found through images based on your title. So use keywords in your titles. Okay, I have 2 images, create a new gallery, insert the gallery, and this is how it looks by default. So we're going to change it. The image resolution, I want to make it large, like that. How many slides do I want to show at the same time? Only 1. Yes. Do I want to stretch the image? No. Do I want to show navigation, arrows, and dots? No. So I say none. Great. Then I go to additional options, autoplay. Yes. And every 3 seconds, I want to see the other image like that, but not in a slide, but I prefer it to fade. So let's take a look over here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. But I want the fade to be slower, 1 second. So 1, 2, 3. Better. That's what I want. Great. So I go back over here because what I see, the layout, I want to align the content to the center like that. So it's vertically in the center. That's what I prefer. Okay. So what I have right now, if I go to the structure, a hero with 2 containers, and in the right container, I have an image. But what I also can do, I don't need a container because containers and elements can be next to each other in a container. So this is just a waste of the unnecessary code that will be created for this, unless you want to give this a certain background. So if I would say dark and advanced padding 50, then you can use a container. But even then, it's not necessary. So what I will do, I can drag this to the left. And now I can get rid of this one. So now I have this area at the left, this container, and this area at the right. Great. Okay. Then I go to the first container. The width is 50%. So over here, I should also say advanced width. It should be custom. And in this case, 50%. Perfect. If I want it to be smaller, I can make it smaller. But then, do you see what happens? It's not aligning to the right. Well, what I can do, I can click over here, go to advanced, and click on size and then grow. So now what happens is that based on this width, this will cover the rest because I said it needs to grow. So if this is 30%, automatically this becomes 70%. Well, that's not exactly what I want. But the great thing is when I go over here and I increase this, automatically that will adjust. Well, I don't want this image to be too high or too big. So I see what I want And then over here, this is a small trick. What I can do, I can go to padding, uncheck it, and then at the right, I can increase it. And what will happen? The generate over here will go away when I increase it. See? What I'm doing with the padding, I'm saying the space, look at this, when I hover over it, then you see it. I'm saying the padding, this area, there should be space between the outer area of the container and the element. And when I do that, then this area goes more to the left. It will be pushed because this word is longer than this area. So it goes to the next line. And that's how I can fix it. Okay, so far so good. I want to go over here to advanced. I want to say, you know what, make this 120 and 120. So it takes a bit more space. And then I think, you know what, it can be a bit bigger. So I go to advanced. I increase it again. And now I'm happy. If I would go over here, advanced, sorry, I go to the container. If I would say 0, okay, that means that I still need to have this padding. I thought maybe because I pushed this or made this bigger, then this automatically would go to the second row. So if I would say 0, do you still get it? I click over here. If I increase it, okay, let's make it 46%, which brings this word generate to the next line without me doing some padding. So I'm happy with the results. What else can we do? I can click over here, container, then I can go to style, collapse this, and then there is a shape divider. And this is for me what makes a website a bit better when it comes to layout and design. Same words. Ik kan weg, dat same words. Layout and design. So I go to the bottom of the shape divider. So something will happen over here. Type is none. I can make it drops, triangles, curve. What I prefer is waves. And there are a few things I can do. I can change the width, as you see. I can also change the height. So I like to decrease it. I can also flip it, invert it. So this looks great in my opinion. And then I can say Command or Control P. This is how it looks. Or I take a look over here. We make websites that generate customers, learn more, or get in touch. And every 3 seconds, this image changes. So take a look over here. Content, additional options. Every 3 seconds, pause on hover. No. So when people hover over it, it still changes. Because now it was not the case. I had to wait longer. Automatically it will change. So 1, 2, 3, even if I hover over it, yeah, it will change. Perfect. We talked about CSS before. And what I want to do now, I want to link any text in a website to the color of our color palette. So when I change that color palette in Blocksy later, also that color that I assign to a certain text will be adjusted. Let me show you how you can configure that with a little bit of CSS code. 2 more things I want to do. Let's dive a little bit deeper. What I want to do, I want to highlight this word. I want to make it a color. So this is highlighted, and the word websites. How can I do that? Well, over here, I would like to select this and then give it a color. I can make it bold. So let's make it bold. What I see then in the content is made bold with this code. The only thing you see over here is code. So to show you that it's code, I could make a break, BR, close it, and then that goes to the next line. By the way, if I use this, then I don't have to use the padding. I can just make a break over here. The only thing is then when I do that and I go to a different device, the break will also be there. So I prefer not to do that, but it's a possibility. What I want to do, in order to highlight this word, I'm going to use a little bit of CSS and HTML. Actually, maybe only HTML. So what I will do, I'll create a span. You don't have to understand this, just follow me. Opening parentheses, I don't know, arrows, shift, comma on a Mac. Then I say span, space, style, equals, shift, this one. And then color semicolon. And if I say hashtag 000, that's always what I use as a to see if it's working. That's the color black. Arrow right, so shift point. Now everything after websites and website itself, everything after this area will be black. So what I'll say after website is opening / that makes it stop, and then span. So the span stops there. So only the word website has this color. So what I can do now, I really like this tool. It's called Color Pick Eyedropper. It's a Google Chrome extension. So search for Google Chrome Color Pick Eyedrop. And then you can add it to Chrome. And when you do that, you can select a color, click on it, copy. And now if I click here, I can change the color to this one. The only thing is, when I decide to change all the color palettes in my website, that this will still be yellow. So I prefer to use a color that is linked with the color of our website. Well, in that case, we don't need to use the color with a hashtag. I need to remove this. Let me publish it right now. Okay, what I will do, I will go to the customizer, to colors. I go to the first colors. I want this to be the first color. And over here, there's the color code that's linked with this color. So I copy the color code. Then over here, span, style, color, space. What I will do now, I will say, I will paste this. Nothing happens. So what I will do here before the dashes, VAR, Shift 9. And then after color 1, Shift 0. So I close it. I need to learn in English what these words are. Maybe I have a blackout. So look at this. Publish. Refresh. If I go to the customizer and I go to colors and I change this color, let me copy it right now. But if I make it green, look at this. This color also becomes green. And that's the power of this theme. If I change this green, copy it. Look at this. Everywhere I use that color, the global color, it changes. And that's how you can change the look and feel of your website in just a few clicks using the global color palette. How cool is that? I think that's really cool. Did you know that you can animate elements and containers in Elementor? Well, maybe you did, maybe not, but let me show you how it is done. So that was the first thing I wanted to do. The second thing I want to do, click over here. I can go to advanced, close this, and then there is motion effects, entrance animation. So I can say when the website opens, fade in left. Oh, wait, click over here. Yes, now I'm selecting it. Advanced, closes, motion effects, fade in left, or in this case, fade in right. I can make it slow and I can delay it. So I can say after 1 second, which is 1000 milliseconds, this will appear. We can also make a nice animation of everything. So this will arrive immediately from the left. Then this button will come from the right, sorry, from the left. And this one will come from the right. Okay, look at this. Wow. Well, it's cool, but it will make your website slower. So right now, I will turn it off. This one. And this one. Did I use this one? Yes. And then the image. So now I publish it. And now there's no animation anymore. So we have created our hero. It's important. That's how I prefer to work. After you created a container, I think it's best to optimize it for all devices at once. You can also create the whole homepage, but sometimes you want to copy things and paste things. And if those things you copy and paste are not optimized, you have to optimize it twice. So I prefer after every container that I've created to optimize for all devices. And then you know every time you copy something and paste it somewhere else, it's optimized for all devices and it will help you to have a more productive workflow. So let me show you how to optimize it for all devices. What I prefer to do to see how it will look on a different device. So I click over here. But what I see immediately is that this text is totally at the left and totally at the right. That's not professional at all. So what I will do, I will click over here, the section settings. Then I need to go to advanced. And what I see, the padding top is great. And the padding bottom also great. That creates this space. But here at the left and right, nothing is happening. So let me uncheck this. This was 120. This was 120. What I can do, I can increase it over here. Let's say 10 pixels. Also over here, 10. Maybe align it with the menu. 40. So let's say 40. Okay, publish. That looks so much better. But I don't want to do this for every single container I create. We talked about standard padding before. That means that you can say to Elementor that every container that's created has a certain padding. By default, it is 10. And if you have a container in a container in a container, it shifts the elements in a way that I don't like. So I put everything on zero padding. So when you have 10 containers in containers, there's still no padding. But I want to add a bit of padding for other devices, because otherwise the boundaries, the sides of the websites are, the content is against the side of a website, especially with a tablet and a smartphone. So I'm going to adjust the standard padding options right now. So what I also can do, I can click over here, go to layout, and then the container padding, I can say 60 everywhere or 40. So now all the containers automatically for the tablet will have a padding of 40 pixels. Well, a lot is changing over here. Why is that? Well, first of all, nothing changes over here because I already have overwritten those settings, the default settings, with my custom settings over here. So if I go to layout, these are the container padding default settings, but I've overwritten them over here already at padding. But over here, it's not overwritten. So what I see, since I have a container over here, it has a padding of 40 everywhere. So I need to uncheck this, and then this will be normal. And now it looks great. So maybe it's a little bit unclear. As long as you keep this empty, it automatically will take the settings of the layout container padding. And I prefer to have it 40 everywhere. Otherwise, manually, I have to do this on all the sections or containers in my website. I prefer not to do that. Let me show you again. If I go to the mobile, you have nothing. But it's probably, if I close this, I go to the section, it's inheriting it from the tablet. When you adjust the numbers over here on a tablet or on a desktop, you don't change anything for other devices, automatically it will inherit those numbers. So for the tablet, I should make this less high. So I could say, let me uncheck it. No more 120, but 60. Or you know what? Let's keep it empty right now. Link it together and remove the numbers. No, remove them. Okay. Why is that? Because it's automatically inheriting those numbers. So let me see what happens if I go to the settings, layout, container padding. If I increase this, nothing happens because it's inheriting the numbers from the tablet view. So I cannot illustrate how it looks, but okay. What I can do in order to show you how it will look, I can go to the desktop. This is how I work. As I said before, there's no perfect way. This is how I prefer to work. I duplicate this whole area, click over here, do nothing with the padding. Also here, nothing And then here, nothing. Okay, now, if I go to the layout and I say increase it, now we can adjust over here. So let me show you how it should look. Okay, let me close this. I can drag this up. Then I can go back to the settings, layout. I want to align them over here, but I can also say uncheck it. And at the top, I want it to be 50, a little bit more space. And at the bottom also, or maybe 100. So there's more space over here. Well, this doesn't look that good, but we'll make sure that it will look better. That's why we optimize things. So I save the changes, close this. I remove this one. And remember, here it's not the case because manually we have those settings over here. So I'm okay with this page over here. We make websites. So how can I optimize it? Let's go back. This is how it looks on a desktop. On a tablet, it looks like this. Still fine for me. And on a phone, I can click over here. For a phone, I can say content. Okay, let's see. Okay, alignment for the phone center. Over here, containers, layout, direction is okay. And for the mobile, I say bring it to the center. Then there's this area. It's not a container, it's an image. So let me see. The width for a mobile is, it says it's custom. So I can go to the width for the mobile. In percentage, I can say 100. Okay, then I go to the margin and I create some space. And that's how you can adjust things. Pixel perfect. Maybe there's a bit too much space over here. 120, 40, 120, 40. So let's see how 80 will look. 80, 80. It's so important. I have courses in the Netherlands about making websites and people have to do assignments. And I teach about this, padding a margin, creating space. And almost every website I check, they have not much space over here. So every time I have to tell that. So I want to be really clear about that. Please, for the mobiles, for the tablets, make sure there is some space over here. This looks beautiful. And also this looks great. Please don't have it completely from the left to the right. This looks way better. So far, so good. That was the first area of our website. Are you having fun? Are you excited? I hope you are. I really hope you are. I did my best. So I did so much my best to make this tutorial as easy to follow for you as possible. One thing I did that's new is that I created a little bit more animations. Normally I zoom in and then it's a static zoom in. But now I tilt it a bit. Do you like that? Or is it irritating or frustrating? Please let me know in the comments. Because every time I make a tutorial, I want it to become better than the one before. And that's also probably why I have so many subscribers, because I always try to improve. I like what I'm doing. I hope you like what I'm doing and you like making this website. Let's go for another container. And in this container, we're gonna show something about our services or something that you're better, that makes you stand out from your competition. And I will show you a few ways on, or I will show you a way on how to create that area. And by showing that, you're gonna learn a few new things. Yes, let's go. So let's create the second area. I want to tell something about my services, not my specific service, but how I like to work with my clients. So I want to highlight 3 or 4 things that make me better than my competitors. So I click on the plus, and what I could do, I can have 3 areas that I want to show, or 4. So I can select this one, or 3. So I can select this one and then remove this. and remove this. And then in every container, which is in one big container, so one container with 3 small containers, I can add information. But every container also gives me some extra code in my website, and I want to keep it as clean as possible. So what I will do, I will start from scratch and show you how you can work in Elementor and save space and make your website faster or keep your website fast. So I click on the plus. I want to go for one area, one container that goes to the right, from left to right. Then I click on the plus and I want to go for an icon box. So here's an icon. I want to go for an icon box over here. I drag it. There it goes. So I want to have 3, so I can duplicate it and duplicate it. So this is what I want. It doesn't look appealing. We're going to make it more appealing. How? Let me show you. I start with the first one. So first I want to change the icon, and the icon that fits with the text. The text is about that we listen. I, as a company, I really listen to my clients, what they want, and then I start working. I don't give them ideas and stuff without first listening to them. So when I think about listening and giving good ideas, I think about of a light bulb. I use the dark version for every icon. Excuse me, I need to select the first one, bulb. Okay, the second one, I think about, we think along, so we really think together with the client. We listen and then we come with other ideas. So we work together. So I like to have something like a handshake. And then again, the dark version. The third one is we are super fast. And I think that has something to do with a clock. Okay, now I want to change the headings. So I go to the first one. There I say, we listen. The second one, we think along. And the third one in my case is we are fast. And I like to have a capital for every first letter of every word. So how do you come up with these? Just think about your company and think about what is it that you offer and what makes you stand out from others. And then you can come up with those titles. I don't consider myself to be a professional typewriter or writer at all. So what you can do, you can hire people. But so far, I've always managed to do things myself and I'm doing great. I have a lot of clients. So I think I'm doing okay. I don't want to have more clients. So I definitely will not outsource it to make my text even better. So you can write it yourself. You can take a look at a few other companies, get inspired by that. And then based on that, create your text. You can use AI to create your text. Say, hey, write me a text about that we listen as a company in web design. And then they can make a text for you. You can even say, write it in 45 words. You can even write it with AI. That's a feature within Elementor. You can also search for a tutorial about that. Or click over here. That is Elementor AI 30. That video went viral, one of those. 136,000 views. Only 6 minutes. So, and this one goes a little bit more in depth. So you can use AI. I already have my text. I will write my text right now and then I will be back with you. And again, I place it at the wrong area. So I go over here and there I place it. Then the second text. Okay, and then the third one. Awesome. I really don't like how it looks, but we're going to make it look better. So what I will do, I will adjust one area and then copy paste the style to other ones. So I click over here. This is the content. We fixed the content. Now I want to go to the style. There I want to adjust things. So the icon position should be on top, like right now, or at the left. I prefer the left. I can bring it to the center, but this is okay. Then I go to the icon and there's only one primary color because there's only one color over here. But if I go back to content, there's another option. How do I want this to be displayed? So I can have the default one or stacked like that or framed. Well, I prefer framed. So I go back to the style and now I have other options. So based on what I've chosen over here, I get other options. So if I go to icon, now there are two colors. So the first one, color 1, second one, this one. And then you know what? The border width 0. So let me see. The spacing, I can increase the spacing, but 15 is okay. The size of the icon. If you press the up button, it starts at 0. The padding, let's say 15. I can even rotate the icon, but I don't want to do that. Then I can go to hover. When people hover over it, I can change the colors, so I can invert them. But I'm okay. So I click on it, the color, and then clear. I go back to normal icon, and then I go to content, and then we have the spacing between the heading and the text. I think 0 is perfect. The color of the text, by default, it is color 3. So I'm okay with that. I don't change that. This is the title, by the way. I don't want to change the title. It's okay by default. Typography, I don't change it. I can change the height or the size, but the family font is the default one from the Blocksy theme. So I'm okay with that. So let's go for something 20. Or 20 is okay. No, 18. Okay, then we have the description. Typography. I can change the size of the text. But let's say 15. And I want to change the line height. (24). 26. Okay, and then I want to go to the title. What is happening? Yes. Okay. And then I want to go back to the icon. And go to the size. 26. Great. So far, so good. We've created this area. It doesn't look great yet, but what I want to do, I want to shift it up a little bit because then you can create cool styles. So let me show you how to do that. What I want to do, I want this to overlap the waves. So I can go to the section, to advanced, uncheck the margin over here. And then at the top, I can decrease it with a minus, let's say, minus 80. Okay. But now this looks weird. So what I want to do, I want to go over here to the style or no, better advanced, close the layout, go to the background, make the background white. That's color 8. I don't like color 8. So what I can do, I can take a look over here. This is white. This is not white. So what I will do, I will go to the customizer. Then I can go to colors. Then I can go to the latest color and I can make it completely white. And then everywhere in the website I use that color, it will be changed. So now it is perfectly white. So let me refresh this, Command R. And now it is white. Great. I click over here. I go to the advanced area. There is the background. Below that is the border. I want to have an increased border radius. How about 15? Because everywhere, here we have roundings and stuff here in our logo. So I want to keep that in the website. Okay, 15. And I want to add a shadow. I want to increase this 30. So we have a nice shadow around this area. Then I want to go to layout. I want to increase the padding because right now it's at the edge. I don't want that. So let's say 20. Right mouse click, copy, right mouse click, paste, or I select it and then Shift Command V. And if you hover over it or right mouse click, you can see the shortcut. Okay. But not all the styles are copied. So let's see. Paste the style. Paste the style. So what I need to do over here, it's style, small glitch. So let me see if I would publish it without adjusting this. I check this, I close this, everything is fine. Great. Edit with Elementor. So sometimes there's a glitch. It is what it is. And what I also see is that this is 4 rows and this is 3. But what I like is that they all align. So that is because at the container, look at this. Align items by default is stretch. If I would say top, those two will be shorter. But because we have stretch, and that looks better, what looks even better is if we make this a little bit shorter. So now I have 3 lines everywhere. Okay, since we brought this up, now this is not vertically in the center anymore. So I can do 2 things. As I said, I can do multiple things in order to get the result I have in mind. And in my case, I want to go for advanced and play around with the padding. So here I want to decrease it 0, and here I can add 40 maybe, or go to 140. So what I get rid of here needs to be added over here so it stays in the center. So this area on 60 should be around the same over here. Okay, publish. Let's take a look. I think that looks great. If I want to, look at this. I can duplicate it and there's a 4th area. How cool is that? And what I can do if I want to, I talked about this before, if I go to the section, I can change it to full width. Now look at this. It looks like that. If you want to, you can do that. But if you have a really big screen, it still will be totally from the left to the right. So I prefer not to do it. You can also do boxed and make it a bit wider. So a bit. So let's say 1300. And that can maybe be a cool, cool exception like that. And then below you can have, stay in between that area. So cool things you can do. Let me see. We listen. Okay. What I also can do, I can increase the space over here by going to the container, and then over here, the gaps, I can increase them. But 20 is perfect for me. So I leave it with 20. And one more thing. This one is wider than this one and this one. So I can click over here. I can make this custom width of 30%. This one also 30%. And this one also 30%, but there's one problem. In total, it's 90%. So there's a bit space, but that space can be taken with the 2 gaps, but those gaps are in pixels. So it's not completely aligning. So what I can do, I can go over here, bring it to the center, but then it's still not perfectly aligned. I have to say it does a pretty great job. What I also can do, click over here, grow, click over here, grow, click over here, grow. Now they all have the same size and they work perfectly. I was thinking what's going on over here, but I forgot to bring this back to 1120 or get rid of it. So I was like, what is happening? I'm teaching others how to do it and now I'm confused, but fortunately I found out what was happening. So far, so good. But what can we do? Let's do something fun. Go back to advanced with this button, then go to motion effects and say after 500 seconds, milliseconds, I mean, otherwise you have to wait for a long time. And the second one from the right, from the right, 1 second or 750. Then this after 1 second. And this after, let's go up after 1250 milliseconds. This one after 1500. And this one after 1633. Just kidding, 1750. So here we go. It slows your website down. It can be fun. But I just want to show you what is possible. Maybe at the end of the tutorial, I will bring it back. But right now I want to work efficiently, and every time if I refresh the page, I have to wait. I don't want that. So I'll put it back. I hope you're having fun so far. If you're learning a few things, then please like this video. That will help me out a lot. And if you want to learn more about making websites, I do my best to get better every time. Also, not only with my knowledge, but also in presenting the tutorial. Then you can subscribe. So please do that. That will help me out a lot. I have already more than 1 million subscribers, and I love that. I love making those tutorials, and I love it when you would like it. And I would like it if you would love it. But that's something I still don't understand. If I think things like that, then okay, you know what? Let's continue. So how does it look on a different device? Okay. Well, you see by default, it has these edges or these spaces. I love that. But I don't like the style. So what we can do, click over here and say at the container layout for a tablet, as you see over here, the directions can be below each other. But then I need to come over here again, go to layout, change the width for the tablet to or 100, or I can say 70, or I can work with pixels. I think that's better. 500. Yes. Okay, and then for the smartphone, that looks perfect. What I need to do over here, the container for the content is below each other. So over here for the tablet, I need to bring it to the center. Okay, so here I go for 500, and here I go for 500. If I want to, I can bring this back to 0. So there's no more, it's not overlapping. I think that's better. Then for a tablet, or sorry, a smartphone, it looks like this. And I think for a smartphone, there can be a bit more space over here. So I go to layout, smartphone, rows, 40, and then at the top, 40, 40, and then of course over here, 40. Is 40 too much? I think it is. Let's say right 20, left 20. What did I say in the settings? Let me check that. I want to align with that. Site settings, layout 25. Okay, so I need to go back. Advanced 25, 25. So actually I only adjusted the bottom and the top for this one, and the space in between. And over here, I saw there was a animation. So I click on it and get rid of it. Wow. I'm happy with the results so far. So let's dive a bit deeper. And every time I want to show you more things. So let's dive a bit deeper right now. So I go to the backend. We're going to create a new area. So let me see what I want to have. I want to go for a new container. I drag it over here. I want to align or go to layout and direct everything from left to right. And then I want to add a carousel again. Image carousel, I don't know. I add the images, upload files. I use the files I showed you, I gave you in my folder. So I go to images, tutorial, web design, business. And then you see all the beautiful names. I should change them to Amsterdam, because in this tutorial I use Amsterdam as the city of my web design agency. And then I can click over here, get rid of all the dashes. There's a trick. If you upload a lot of images, go to text, edit, create a new document, then paste this, and then copy the dash, then go to edit, find, and replace. And all the dashes will be replaced with a space. All, copy, paste, 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 copy, text edit, paste, all, copy, paste, paste, paste. And that's how you can do it. You only have to do it once and it will help you to be found better in the search results. Paste it, paste it, paste it. The next one, only one. So let's do it like this. Copy, paste, all, copy, paste, paste, paste. And the latest one, you know what? I feel good. Let's do it manually. Create a new gallery. I can change the order. So first we're going to talk with each other, or first we have a meeting, then we're going to talk with each other. Let the boss take a look. We're going to take, have a conversation about it, and use post-it notes, and then do it in real time or do it in real life. Okay, whatever. Image resolution, large. Slides to show only uno. Image stretch, no. What I want to do, I want to go to advanced, width, default, change it to custom, and then 50%. Content, go back, let's see. The navigation, I see arrows over here and dots over there. I only want to show dots. No link, no caption, additional options. I go for lazy load. That means if people only see this when they enter my website, this will not be loaded yet. Only when they scroll over here, and that will make your website faster. Autoplay, yes, every 3 seconds there will be a new slide. It will take 1 second. I don't want to have the slide effect, but the fade effect. You know what? Let's do the slide effect. From the left or to the left. Okay. Then I go to the style. The pagination is outside of this area, outside. I want it to be inside. I don't see it so good, so let me make it bigger. There it is. Color. This one and the active color, or you know what? This one should be white and the active color should be color 1, like that. So we see where we are. Then I want to go to the container, advanced, uncheck the margin and create some spacing. Let's say 60, or what I can do, it's a little bit tricky. Publish. I can go to the site settings, layout, and here it is every time 0 pixels. Why? I said before, if I create a container and in a container, there are all these paddings. I don't want them. But now if we adjust one thing in the padding of our container, all these settings are gone. So I prefer to have 60 over here. Uncheck this. Like that. You see how many things changed by default now. So let me close this. So over here, there's a standard padding of 60. So I need to go to advanced. Uncheck this. Also over here. Uncheck this. Now by default, there's 60 on top and 60 at the bottom. So now if I go to the tablet mode, let me show you later, or I can show you now. There's this space, and on the mobile, there's also this space from the left, standard, because that's the standard of the site settings, layout, and then the padding. But if we change one thing, then all these settings from the site layer settings, layout will change. So I prefer to say 60. The only thing is now when I create a new container, and in that container, I will create a new container. You see those 60 pixels. It is what it is. I'm okay with that. So there was a lot of information in a short amount of time. Okay, this looks great. I don't want to change anything over here, except for some rounded edges, because I have that also over here. Over here it was 20. So over here, I want it to be 20. Okay, next thing. I want to add a heading and a text. And that's why I will add a container. And then in that container, I can have a heading and a text. So this is a dark area. This is a light area. So I want to have a dark area over here. It's not a must, but I prefer to do that. So I can go over here to the style, etc. and change the background. But I can also say right mouse click, copy, right mouse click, paste style. The only thing is it grabs all the styles. So that's what I prefer not to have. It would be great if you could copy specific styles. So I can go to the layout, and I go to style, background, and then copy that area and only copy that and then paste it there. But now I have to do it manually. That's okay. The more I do it, the better you become at it. So the more I do it, the better I become at it. Color 2, second one, color 3, and then change this to 90. And there we are. Then I go over here. Layout, I want it to be at the top. From left to right. So here at the start. Okay. Then I want to go to this container. Advanced, uncheck this. So it's at the top. Then I want to go to the color over here. Change it to this one. I go to the content. I want to say taste the atmosphere at web divine. Super cool text. Over here, I want the text to be white. So I can go to the content and I can create the text. I'll be back with you when I've created it. There you go. Let's see how it looks. Command P. Okay, some things are not going that great. Okay, let me show you what's not going that great. There's no space over here. So I go to the section, advanced, and then over here, I want it to be 60. That's better, looks so much better. Over here, these buttons are weird. So what I will do over here, advanced, I said that is 50 pixels. What I need to do over here, layout, when I have a container next to an element, then I need to change the width to full width. Then I need to change this to, let's say 40. Okay. Now it's not complete. So then I need to go to advanced again and make it grow. So now it's actually 50-50. And now if I decrease this automatically, this text will adjust and stay here totally at the right. The gap is the container. Let me see, layout 20. And maybe for this divider, maybe for an image and a text, that's a little bit less, not much. So let's change it to 40. Okay, and then again, I can play around with these settings. I think this is perfect. Great. So we have done a trick over here, CSS trick with this color. So I want to copy that first area because I want to highlight a few things over here. First, I want to make the words bold that I want to use. So I go for Amsterdam, click twice, Command B, or click over here. And then later on in the text, everything is possible. Command B or Control B, or click on the B over here. Now I go to the text. The only thing I have to do after strong, look at this, I paste this and automatically only this word is highlighted. So the strong, the end of strong is also making the end of the span. So that's why I make it bold. I want it to be bold, but now it's easier. So I only have to go after the strong, paste it, and there I go. Then I go to visuals, delete, enter. And now it looks great. So people don't like long text on a website. Sometimes I see websites are like, oh man, so much text. this is a lot of text. So that's why I want to highlight a few things where in Amsterdam and everything is possible. And if they want to read more, then they can do that over here. Okay, so how does it look on a tablet? Keep in mind, we haven't changed the padding. So by default, this looks great. Maybe look at this. If I go over here and I go to layout, say top, and I go to tablet. Now it works. Yes, it works. I love myself. Self-love is something new, you know. It's all about self-love these days. No, I'm just kidding, but I read something about it today. I think it's good to love yourself, but I think it's not the cure for everything. Yes, that's for free. Normally I don't pass it around, but in this tutorial for you, I want to share that with you without you asking me for that. Okay. So I was just excited that I figured out something during the tutorial. Okay. And now something needs to adjust over here. So I click here and then I go to the pixels and I say 100. Okay. Remember that I said that I normally don't use those. Well, for the mobile, we can use those. And what it does, it actually reverses the two areas, the container and the area over here, the image carousel. So if I do this, it should be reversed. Maybe it's not the case because it's not the container. Okay, let's go back. Let's fix it in another way. Click over here. And then the order on the phone is 2. That fixes it. And on the tablet, this is left, this is right, but on the phone, the order is changed because I said this is a 2, and then to make it complete, I should make this a 1. So that's how you can swap it. Man, are you excited? I hope you are. I think this is beautiful. Publish. Let's take a look. Let's see if I'm still recording. Fortunately, I am. Okay, this is what we have created so far. And I'm really happy with the results. I want to create a new area with the awards we have won. And what I've done, I've uploaded a few different images on purpose with different sizes. And I will show you how you can align them. We're going to talk a bit more about positioning. And this is a feature I really like, so I'm going to talk about it a little bit more also later in the tutorial because I like this feature and it will help you to make your website look better. So let's create that area. Okay, the next area. And again, we're going to learn something new. So what I want to show some things about awards I've won. So I can click on the plus. I want to go with a simple container that goes from the left to the right. So I want to add a title, a heading. So I drag it over here. Then I want to add an image. Like that. Come on. There it goes. And I can drag like that. Okay. I select the image, upload files, select files. I go to Wins, Command A, and upload them all. The funny thing is, or what I did on purpose, is that all the sizes of the logos are a different size. So I will select the first one, duplicate it, select the second one, or let me see, this one. Then the third one and the fourth one. So how can I make this better? First, let's change the title to Awards We Have Won. So far, so good. Don't you think? No. I click over here. I want to go to Advanced. And I want to push this to the whole 100% of the width by saying full width. Not a lot happens. Why? In the container, we need to turn on wrapping. This one. That means that when you go over 100%, the next elements go below that area. So I wrap it and now it says, okay, this is 100% as you see by the outline. So everything else will be pushed. So I click over here. I go to the content and I bring it to the center. I go to the style and I give it this beautiful color. Then I click here and I go to advanced with custom and I can say 25. But let's say I copy it, paste the style, I paste the style and I paste the style. This one goes to the next area, to the next below all the other ones. Why? Because those 4 in total are 100%, but there are also gaps, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 20 pixels. So 100% in width plus pixels equals over 100% in width. So it goes to the next line. So what I can do, again, I can say 20. Right mouse click, copy, select Command Shift V, click Command Shift V, Command Shift V. But now again, it is not covering the extra area. Well, we spoke about it before. You can click over here and you can stretch everything, make it grow, copy, paste, paste, and paste. Now it is 100%. But maybe some things should be smaller, some things should be bigger. Then I can go to percentage and over here. You know what? Let's take a look over here. There are a few things we can do. I can, first of all, I want to bring everything to the center. Really nice. One click. There was a time I did something like this. Okay, then here I need to uncheck this and do that. Oh man, I'm happy that I found out 2 months ago that is not how it needs to be done. Just kidding, longer ago, but I keep on learning things. So again, this one, 20 pixels between everything. And I can go to the style over here in pixels and I can make it a bit smaller. But what I prefer. And here at advanced, decreases. Or you give them all 20. You know what? Yeah, 20. 20. Let's make this one a bit bigger. And the rest all 20. And 20. What I also can do, I can click over here, go to style, pixels, and then change it over here. What I also can do, click over here, decrease the width of this whole area. That's what I prefer. And now I see, so let's say 700. Now I see this becomes really small. So I prefer over here to increase that a bit. And then the other ones can be decreased a bit. And that's how you can play around. How does it look on a tablet? I think it looks perfect already because of all the great settings. And then on a smartphone, it looks ugly, probably. Okay. It's okay. I click on this one and I say, you know what? You can have 45. Over here, you can have 45. So it needs to be below 100 and there's still pixels left. So 45 is safe. If I would say 50 and 50, this one would go to the next line because then 100% plus the space is too much, is over 100% in the width. So 45 is okay. Percentage 45 and then percentage 45. If I decrease this one, the other one grows. So I'm like, okay, this can have some more space. That's the way the cookie crumbles. I did not have to do a lot about the mobile view. So I'm happy with the results. Let's continue. Now we're going to focus a bit more on design. Of course, you can drag an element in the container, place it somewhere, and then change the color. But let me show you a few other ways on how you can design the elements and the sections in your website so it will look better. Yes. And when you notice, you don't have to do exactly the same thing, but you can freewheel a bit. You can do whatever you have in mind for your website, because at the end of the day, it's cool to know how everything works. But then it's even cooler if you learn how to, or create things yourself or take a look and get inspiration from other websites and learn how to create the things you see. That's what my goal is for you, that you know exactly how to create what you see on other websites. Not to copy them, but to get inspired. So if you think, hey, I want to do this, then you know how to do that. That's why the tutorial is so long. So let's create a new area and show you a bit more about designing. So time for a new container. And again, we're going to learn something new. So I click on the plus. I go for a simple area. It goes down. I want to go to the background, style, gradient. The first color is color 2. The second color is color 3. And I change it to 90 degrees. And this time, as we have done already for a lot of times, we drag a heading in it. But this time, everything will be different. Wow. I bring it to the center. I change the title to what we are really good at. I go to the style. I make the text color white. Then I go to the typography. I want to make the text a bit smaller. 20. Then I go to advanced. Close this and I go to the background. Every element can have a background. I go to classic and I change this one to this color. It goes over the whole width of the website. I don't want that. But first I go to layout and increase the padding to 6. Now I go to the container, to layout. Over here, then this needs to be in the center. Yes. Okay, then I want to have a new area. I can duplicate things. So I click over here, duplicate it, drag it here below. And that's how I can save myself some time. I just have to change the text and then I say, this is what we do best. And I tried to figure this out without using extra containers and I did not figure it out. So what I will do, I will drop a new container over here below. And in that container, I will have 4 more containers. 1 or 2, 3, 4. They're all below each other, but I want to click on the upper container. If I get lost, I can click on the structure, collapse a lot of stuff. What I see, I have a container that contains a container, and that container contains 4 other containers. So I need to select this container. So I can say 4 services, and then I can bring it from left to right. This makes sense. I click over here, advanced, uncheck the padding. I want to do the same over here. And copy, paste the style, and paste the style. Over here, I want to have the order go from top to bottom. And now I want to add a few elements over here. So I click on the plus and I want to start with an icon. Below that, I want to have 2 titles or headings. So I duplicate it. And then I want to have a list, an icon list. There it is. And I drag it here below. So let's configure this. And I want to show you what you can do. And then I want to show you what else you can do. So very simple. I start with 4 numbers. Okay, let me first click over here. And I want to go for 4 words. First services I have. The first one is branding. And it feels like a fingerprint. So I search for a finger. What makes you unique? It's your branding, it's your fingerprint. So then the second one, really simple. 01, 4 services. The third one is branding, the service title. And then here I have a list. I want to have 1. Click on it and get rid of the icon. And then I want to say, when it comes to branding, we talk about brand scan. That's what we do. Okay, so now we have the content everywhere. I want to have 2 more things I do. The second option is branding, strategy. And the third one is logo and colors. Great. Now let's make this look better. I click over here. I go to the style and I make it white. Then I go to branding. I go to the style and I make it yellow. I go to typography and I make it a bit small. 16 or 18. Then I go to branding, style, and make it white. Then I go to advanced, uncheck the margin, and I go for a negative in the top so I can bring it a bit closer to the number. Then over here, I want to make the style. Let's go to the text. Color is white, and I want to make it a little bit more bold. So weight, let's say semi-bold. Okay. I can align everything to the left. Okay, and now I can duplicate this a few times. And then remove this. Like that. So, okay, this is how it looks. What else can we do? I can click over here, or I can click on the container and then bring everything to the center like that. But still, this is not in the center. So I click over here and then I bring it also to the center. Copy. Paste the style. Paste the style. Paste the style. Copy. Paste the style. Paste the style and paste the style. Then I want to go to the upper container, and if I cannot select that, then I need to go to the structure. I go for the 4 services, and then I want to increase the margin top a bit, a little bit more space. Okay. Now I will fast forward, change all the information. So 2. So I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Publish. How does it look on a different device? Well, not too good. So what I can do now, let's make sure I select the 4 services. I can, let me see. Okay, what I will do, I will go to the containers. First, at 4 services, I want to turn on at layout the wrap. Now I see only 1. Okay, but how about I want to show 2? So I go to container. Now, in this case, I need to go for full width. And for percentage, and I say 45. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Then I need to stretch it. So I go to advanced, grow, copy, paste, paste, and paste. Okay, and then I go for the mobile. Everything should be below each other, and that is the case. So I'm happy. But I'm not happy. You know, today I was in a fight with my wife. Now I'm not happy. No, that's not the case. That did not happen today. What happened today with my wife? And you know what? Let's talk about WordPress related stuff. So it looks like this. Command P. Okay, but you can spice it up as long as you stay within the style of your website. So what I can do, I can click over here. I can go to the style. Can give this background, or I can go to the border, give it a solid border of a few pixels, but then give it a color, white for instance. Then I go for a radius of 20. Publish. Like that. But then of course we need to take a look at the advanced area margin and increase it with 20% everywhere. Now we're talking. Copy, paste, paste, paste. But that's not all. What I can do, I can go to the style background and say, you know what, I grab a random color, but it should be in the style of our website. But what I can do, I have this gradient over here, so I can grab one of the colors, copy it, and use it as a background. Or I can use a gradient. So I can use the dark color. I can also use the darker color. Change the degree a bit. Copy, paste, paste, paste. See? I don't like it, so I prefer to have one color over here. The color I picked with the drop color picker tool. And then over here I can say, grab this one. Copy, paste the style, paste the style, and paste the style. So a few things you can do. I think this looks better than how it looked a few minutes ago, but it's up to you what you want to do with this. And it's optimized for all devices. If you want to, you can increase the spacing over here. Command P. So I go to the tablet view, go for the for services container, and then I say gaps 40. And for the phone, also 40. A little bit more space. Great. Publish. I think it is time to say that I'm really amazed that everything we have done so far has been made using a free theme in a free page builder with a free domain and free images that can be found on stock image websites that are free to use. So I'm impressed. I hope you are too. Sometimes I think maybe 20 is not enough. Maybe it should be 40 everywhere, but I leave it up to you. This is 40. I think this looks better. This is 60. This is 40. This is a bit close to each other, but I leave it up to you. And also something we can do is decrease the border thickness to 2. Let's see. Did it change or not? Style, border. Let's see. Oh, wait. Style, border 2. Okay. Okay. What we're really good at. This is what we do best. Branding, web design, SEO, advertising. Oh yeah. Now we're going to create a simple area, a simple counter, where I want to show a few statistics about my websites, the amount of employees I have, the amount of websites I've made, the awards I've won. So let's continue with it. There's one small error. I already recorded this. In one area, I have a plus before a number. In the other area, I have a plus after the number. Of course, it should be or left or right. But I messed up. I'm sorry. But I just don't want to record it again. It's what it is. I'm going to be real with you, you know, y'all. Okay, was it weird? No offense to anyone. I was just doing that. Okay, let's create that area. Then I want to show some numbers. And I can do that by clicking on the plus to the left. And I want to go for a counter. Okay. So the starting number can be 0. Then I can say how many websites we have made. I can have a prefix. So before that, I can say this is a number prefix, but it can also be something else. So I say a plus. You see more than 430 websites made. Okay. The animation duration. Let's make it 4.3 seconds. Every second, 100 websites. Do I want to have 1,000 separator? Well, we're less than 1,000, so it's not necessary. And everything else. This is how many websites we've made. Then we can go to the style, text color, this one, And then the title, color 3. And a bit bold. Or semi-bold. Right mouse click, copy, paste. Okay, then I go over here to the container. I can bring it to the center. I can have space between, space around. That looks great. It's nice if it's aligned with this area. You can also do that manually by increasing this. But that's not what I prefer to do. So I go with space around. Okay, now we need to change the content. Cool number. So I need to change the number to 23. And then behind, I can say plus after that. And we have 23. So let's go for 2300 milliseconds. And the third one, how many employees do we have? We have 12. So let's go with 1200. And then over here, we have 19 awards. So I say awards. Here I say years of experience. Here I say employees. Publish. Great. What else I can do? I can bring it to the center and go to each individual area. And I say custom 20 and make it bigger. Copy, paste style, paste style, paste style, and then they should align even better. Yeah, they align better now. Sometimes I forget things. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, so maybe I should go to sleep. But I'm so excited making this tutorial, so I was like, hey, let's go and do weird things and forget things. So I go to the tablet view. And I can do the same, what I did over here. 45, so I can do the same over here. Advanced. Let's see if I don't change it to pixels, if it will. Yeah, then it will be pixels. So let's change it to percentage. But this time, okay, wait. Layout, wrap, copy, paste style, paste style, paste style. What is going wrong over here? Why is it 20? I said 45. Copy, paste, paste, and paste. So everything's in the center. Awesome. Mobile. They can all be below each other. So here, they can be 90. Copy, paste style, paste style, and paste style. Okay, there's one more area I want to create. Let me save it. Let's enjoy what we have created so far already. Okay, let's create our latest area on this page. Now we're going to create a call to action, and that call to action, I want it to be on every page in my website below the page. So I want to save it as a template. Let me show you how to create a CTA area and then how to save it as a template. It is a simple one, but I will show you something new, what we've not talked about before. So I will create an area where people can reach out to us, because people should be excited when they read all this, and then they should be able to reach out. They can go to the contact page, click on get in touch, or here below have a way to reach out to us. So I click over here, everything below each other, style, gradient, you know the drill, 90, and I can copy something paste it, and I can drag it. Okay. Then I can click on the plus and I search for a divider. I can make it solid, change the width to pixels. Let's say 600 pixels, bring it to the center, go to style, change the color to this one, change the weight to 2. Then I go to content, make it smaller again. Then I want to have a small text. Make it white, go to content, or even better, advanced. And the width, I change it to something custom, not in percentage, but in pixels. I bring it to the center. Let's say 600. And then I can say at the content, okay, bring it to the center, style, center. And then I want to have a button. I can duplicate it and drag it all the way down by clicking on it and then dragging with my mouse. Okay, I want to bring it to the center. And then I say get in touch and it goes to the services page. I want it to go to the contact page. Okay. In the same window. So far so good. I go to the tablet view. And I go to this view. The only thing I want to change is the text. Reach out to us. Okay. What I want to do, I want to display this on every latest container on any page on my website. So what I can do, right mouse click, I can say save as a template. How cool is that? I can call this one CTA, call to action, get in touch, save. There it is. Now, if I save this, Command S, and I go to the website and I go to the About page, and I click on Edit Page, Edit with Elementor. I click on the folder icon. I go to my templates and I click on Insert. I say don't apply. I have this area over here. Is that cool? Well, I hope you think it's cool. I think it is cool. It saves time. I love saving time. I think saving time is cool. I think it's time for me to go to bed. We created the homepage. I'm really excited about it. It's optimized for all devices. So if I make this smaller, it looks great. Also for the phone. Enough space everywhere. Perfect. So that was that. Let's go to the second page, the About page. So the homepage looks great. It's optimized for all devices. Now we're going to go to the About page and we're going to create a new template because for every page I want to have a title area. And I don't want to create it again all the time. So I will save it. And then for every new page, I can import it and save some time. I like it when I save time because then you have time for other things, to talk more into the camera, to my people, to the people that watch my tutorial. And I can talk to you now because I will help you to save time. So I feel more Liberty from Paw Patrol. Nice dog. You know, I have kids. And okay, let's create the About page and create a template. I already edited this page using Elementor, so I can just click on Edit with Elementor. If you don't see that, click on Edit Page and then Edit with Elementor. I get rid of this, I will edit later. What I want to do, I can go to the website. So let me double click. Then I click on Edit with Elementor. And I can copy this whole container towards this area. Right mouse click, paste. Awesome. Well, I don't use all the same information, so I can hover over here, remove it, and remove it. And now I want to add a title over here. I drag the heading and I want to say about. Wow. You did not see that one coming, didn't you? I bring it to the center. I go to the style and I give it a color. Okay, what I remember from this area, if I click over here, is that the padding is a bit off. So it's not in the center now. So I rather say 80, 80, or even better, 120, 120. I don't want it to take too much space. I think 100 is okay. But I like it as a nice start for the rest of the page. Now, right mouse click, save template, and I can call this one hero title. Save it. Okay, so every time I open a new page, I can just import this and then change the text. Publish, and of course, it's already optimized for all devices. How cool is that? I think that's pretty cool. One thing I want to change over here, if I go to this container and I go to the style, I close the background. I want to go to the shape divider. We have one already over here. And the color is white. I want to change that to this yellowish color. Then here below, I want to take it a step further. I want to show you a few ways how to play around with the positioning of elements and containers on your website. I still keep learning things on how to do things the best way. There are more ways to do things in Elementor. There's not a wrong way, but there is a better way. There's always the best way, the fastest way, the way that keeps your websites the lightest. So that's, in my opinion, what I've found, how to create a cool design, but still keep your website fast. So let me show you how to create that area. Okay, look at this. This is what we're gonna create. And if you take a look at Elementor, I played around with a few different settings, and there are multiple ways to do things. But this night I had an idea on how to do this even better. So you see all the stuff over here. That's what we're about to create. Let me remove it for now. Also remove this. There are multiple ways to do things in Elementor. And I had a way with transforming and padding and margin, creating separate containers and laying them on top of each other and then play around with a lot of stuff. But this night I had an idea like, hey, wait, maybe if I do it like this. And that's what happens. I still keep learning things myself. So I'm about to show you how to create something like this, but then easier. The first thing I will do, I'll create a new container with 2 containers in it. Okay, in the first one, I click on the plus, I go for an image, and I grab the image. And where is it? This is because I already finished the tutorial. This is made later. That's why you see all the stuff over here. Select this image. Then I go to style. I go to border radius and I say 25. Then I go to the background of the container and I change it to dark green because for the sake of right now, so we can see what's happening, I have those edges. I go to the container that is containing the image and I go to advanced and I say padding, uncheck. Then I go to this area, plus I want to go for a heading and I want to go for a text. Yes. Then I go to this container. I give it a background at style white. I want to go to the border and also at the border, I want to have a radius of 25. You see it over here. I want to go to advanced and have a padding of 40. Not 240, but 40. Yes. I make this orange or yellow and I say about web divine. This text, we're going to change it later. Right now I copy it and paste it twice. So I have a little bit of text. So what I want to do, I want to have this area be on top of this area for a certain percentage. Not completely. So I can go over here and I can play around with margin and start doing a lot of things, but that makes it quite complicated. I'm not saying it's not complicated what we're going to do, but it's easier. What I will do, instead of going to advanced layout, I go to transform. Then I go to offset and I say -100. And there it goes. Then I bring this area to the right for 100 pixels. So I go to this container with the image. I go to transform, offset, and this time I say +100. Okay, but I want to have the image around this area. So what I need to do, I need to go to the container, to layout, and instead of aligning items with stretch, I say center. This is kind of what I have in mind, but what happens, this is not completely at the left here, this is not completely at the right, because we used transform with 100 pixels to the right and 100 pixels to the left. So the idea I had last night was, hey, what if I go to the container and I change the width, the total width from 1120 to 1320. So I add 100 at both sides. Now it should line up, but it doesn't. But it's because we are watching this on a smaller screen. So I say Command P, and you see it lines up perfectly. Well, over here, I have a little bit more text. So I will copy this, paste it, publish. And this is actually what I had in mind. It's pixel perfect. I love it. And I think it's a really nice way to show something about your company and write out something about your company. Since I made a recording before, in that recording, I showed you how to create a certain text. So I will go to the old tutorial, the old recording, and show you how to get a text. And then I will be back with this new layout, and then you can paste it and everything will be fine. So I will go over here and I will paste the new text, which you will learn how to make right now. I can have a text, lorem ipsum. Let me show you something you can do. If you have ChatGPT, you can go to chat.openai.com and I can say, write me a 3-paragraph text about a web design agency in Amsterdam that focuses, I don't know if the word's correct, on helping companies to get more conversions and more business by creating a new branding, website, SEO, and advertising. Hit enter. There it goes. Make it 3 times as short. Okay. I use that text, create a few paragraphs. And what I do, I will use the same as I did before. I go to the homepage, edit with Elementor. Then I want to go to the title. I copy this span onto here, copy it, Command W or Control W, close it. And over here I go to, okay, let's say based in Amsterdam. We make it bold. Command or Control B. And the next one, helping businesses thrive in a digital landscape. Command B. Okay, then I go to the text tab, and everywhere I see this, the strong. I paste the text, what I've just copied, and then over here, opening / span, so it closes. And then the second one, where's the strong, paste it, span. Okay. I'm missing one letter. So I got this and I paste it here. Okay. So far so good. I go back to visual because I think I lost my paragraphs. Maybe if I refresh it. No, they are gone. Okay. Edit with Elementor. Click over here. Enter. Delete. Enter, delete. I need to help Elementor a bit. Publish. Refresh. Okay, only a small area over here. If I want to fix that, what I can do over here, let me go to the first container. That's 50%. Let's make it 60. And then the second one, or let me, okay, second one, layout 40. Let's see if that works. It works like that. So depending on the height, the amount of text, the design can change a bit. So I'm happy with this, but how does it look on a different device? It looks like this. And that's not what I had in mind. You can have something like this in mind, but I don't know. So what you can do over here, you can click here, or you can leave it like this, or you can play around a bit more with the transformation. So I go to the container, advanced, transform. And for the tablet, you can change the value, the number. You can bring this to the right. Transform, say 0. So by default it's there. I can even say over here, layout or layout in percentage. 30 or 50. And then bring it back a bit. Advanced. Okay, let's do 70. And then this image. $70. Something like that, if you like. Or you go to the container on top and go change direction to vertical. I click on the container of the image, go to the transform area, offset, and I play around with this. So how about -100? And this time over here, I can say transform 100. So we get kind of the same thing. Maybe you think, okay, offset Y, we bring it up. That's it, perfect. This is what I want. But there's something going on. Why? Because when you use transform, the original place takes its space. So if I would say 0, it doesn't matter what I do with the offset, the space stays over here. So instead of using space on the y-axis, I can go to layout, margin, top, and decrease it, minus. So minus 200. Now you see here below, the space stays intact. So this is also a really nice way to put it. So on the desktop, it looks like this. You don't see it as well, like this. On a tablet, it looks like this. And on a phone, like this. Well, how about we fix it over here? So I go to the structure, container 1, layout, let's say percentage 100. 100. Okay, then I go to the second container. I get rid of the margin. So I say 0 for the phone. Layout, percentage 100. That looks great. Then I go to the container, advanced, transform, bring this to 0. And the second container, advanced, transform, also bring it to 0. Then I go to the upper container and I can say the gaps need to be 40. So it looks like this, just normal. And what you can do if you want to, you can click over here, go to advanced, and then say the order, I want it below. So first below. So first the text and then the image. Click over here, go to the desktop version, go to style, background, and then I choose the original background color 5. Publish. So now it's optimized for the desktop, for the tablet, and for the smartphone. I think it's cool. I hope you think so too. I want to create an area where I show the team members. I have my employees, but there is no element for that in Elementor. You can get Elementor Pro that has it, but there are also external add-ons on top of Elementor. Elementor is a really popular page builder. It's by the way, the most downloaded tool plugin in WordPress. Super cool. But there are also a lot of plugins that are built on top of Elementor because Elementor is successful. Other companies think, hey, I want to build upon that success. So I will add additions to Elementor, and there are paid editions and free editions. And we're going to make use of the free editions so we can add team members in our website. Let me show you how to do that. I want to add a few team members to the About page. So what I can do, I can click over here, go to the left or to the right, go for a background gradient with green and black. I change the order or the angle. If I take a look over here and I want to add a team member, I can search for team or profile. Well, I don't see anything. Why? It's not in the free version of Elementor. So instead, I will use an external plugin, a free plugin that will give me that functionality. How great is that? You can build on top of Elementor. So I go to the backend, I go to plugins, add new. The only thing I have to do, I search for Elementor. And then you see a lot of add-ons. And I'm searching for essential add-ons for Elementor. More than 1 million installations. I click on install now. And then I click on activate. Okay, I go for basic. I click on next and I want to make sure that there's a team member over here. Everything else is fine. I can click on view all. I can also say I want to add, let me see, I saw that somewhere, the post grid. Maybe I can use it in the future of this tutorial, which is actually not the future. If you're watching this, then it's the past because I recorded then. What I will record in the future, I recorded in the past because at this moment of reviewing this, it's published. So I recorded in the past, even though I still have to record it in the future. That's how my head goes all day long. I click on next, 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 and I don't want to be counted in somehow. I'm already strong. Weird. I get a congratulations. How do they know it's my birthday? Wow. How do they, wow. Okay. Hey, let's go back. We install the plugin. We go to the About page, edit with Elementor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, when I search for team, I see a team member from Essential Add-ons, EA. It's in the game. Okay, there's the first one. And what I can do, I can duplicate it twice so I can see how it will look, how I want it to look, because I want to show 3 people in a row. The first thing here at content, I want to add an image. And unfortunately, I cannot share the images I'm about to upload because they're from iStock and I have a license for it. But you can find the people for your team, or you can go to pixabay.com and search for profile pictures. And I can use those for free. So I select all the photos. I somehow through the internet got their names: Andy, Dwight, Jim, Kevin, and Michael. So I start with Andy. Copy the title, paste it, make it a habit. So every time you do that, and of course, always rename your images to relevant keywords that says something about the image. So there it goes. Then I go to the content. His name is the one and only Andy Barnett, what's it? Andy, I don't know. His job position, he is in sales. And you can have a text over here. Well, you can fill that in if you want to. I go for dummy text generator. What is this? I don't want to show my history. Oh, I'm showing you my history. Dummy text generator. Okay, I think this is all about Andy. So I paste it here. Somehow the text got bigger. Why is that? Because, okay. What I can do, I can paste it here, copy it again. So I paste it without the style. Okay, nothing changes. Okay, it's okay. I will get rid of a little bit of text like that. That's better. Then I go to social profiles. And to be honest, I don't want those. So I uncheck them. Now I can go to the styling because there's a lot to be done. We can change the overall style. So if you hover over it, you can show this. I prefer the simple style. If you want to have something else, be my guest. I go for the simple style. And then the background color, I want it to be white, like that. And then I go for the theme or color and typography. The theme name color is color 1. The size and all that stuff is okay. The job position, I want it to be color 2. And I want it to be bold and bigger. So I go for bold and bigger. And then there's the text, and I'm okay with this. That I don't like the space. I want to have more space. So let me see where I can do that. I think somewhere over here. The content padding. Let's say 20. Okay. So what I want to do, if I go to the container, I want it to be boxed. The width is okay from the left to the right. And what I want is it to wrap. Okay. Now everything will be pushed down. So what I will say over here at the first image, go to advanced and I change the width to custom. And since I want to have 3 people and the maximum is 100%, I want to go for 30%, not 33, because there are still 20 pixels of gap. And as I said before in the tutorial, when you exceed the total of 100%, the next element goes to the next line. So I say 30 and I want it to grow. And when I want it to grow, it will go to 100%. But if I copy these settings and I paste them over here, I will have 2 people next to each other. Even better. Okay, let me remove all this. I want to duplicate this whole area like that. Now, if I add a 4th one, automatically it goes to the next area. And then again, perfect. That's what I want. So now it's a matter of changing all the names and the images. So let me do that and fast forward. Okay, great. So if I get rid of this image because I only have 5 people in my team, this happens. How I can fix that is by adding a container. Where is it? Over here. I select it. Then I go for full width. And for the desktop, I go for 30%. As you see over here, but it's not aligning perfectly because over here at advanced, I need to make it grow like everything else. And now it's perfectly aligned. Okay, how many people do I want to show on the tablet next to each other? 3. It's a little bit, I don't like it. So I click over here. By the way, it's Andy Bernard. I finally remember the surname. So what I will do, I will go over here and I say in percentage for the tablet, it is 45. And then for the mobile, it is 100. Okay, I go back, copy, paste the style, paste the style, paste the style, and paste the style. I go back to the tablet. So far, so good. But the latest one, okay, over here, I need to go to layout and say in percentage 45. So it pushes it. And then for the mobile, I can just get rid of it by going to advanced. And if I don't want to show anything on a certain device, I can go to advanced, responsive, and say hide it on a mobile. And then it will not be shown. So this all looks great using free tools. I'm happy. I hope you are too. And this is how you create beautiful pages. Then I can click over here on the folder, my templates. I go for the CTA, get in touch. Don't apply. Okay. Normally I prefer not to have 2 dark areas below each other. So I can click on the plus over here. I can go for a new area with a background. image of this. Then I can go to display size cover. I can go to the layout and change the height. I can go to the background overlay, grab some colors, but I don't want to use those because I already use those. So let me see. By the way, about the background, I like it to be fixed like that. And then I can have a quote. We love you. Wow, that's deep. Bring it to the center or click over here, layout, center, center. Make the text white. And then you know what, at the background overlay, I can also make it just black and play around with the transparency and click over here. Make something like that or white. Cool. I think it's cool. Tablet view. Okay. On a tablet, it doesn't show, it's not fixed, the background. So in order to fix the fixed background in this container, we can focus the position to the center of the center. And I think that looks better. And on a big screen. Okay, and on a phone. Yes. Cool. So it's time to take a look at the next page and see what else we can do in order to speed up our workflow. We've learned a lot about Elementor already, and now I want to show you some things that has everything to do with productivity. I will create a new page, but what I will do, I will copy and paste things we have already created that are already optimized for all devices, so we can save ourselves some time. So let me show you what I will do in this part. I will work a bit faster, so you can see how I work normally when I create a website. At the other hand, I also get faster when I get excited. When I create a website for a client, I put on some music and I'm not like, let's do it as fast as possible. No, I'm just working normally in a pace that I like. But sometimes when I'm making tutorials and I'm excited and I want to show you how fast things can be done, then things can go a little bit fast. So I'm sorry for that, but let me show you how to create a new page by copying and pasting things and then adjusting it. So you can also change the look and feel of the things you copy and paste. Let's go. So let me show you how fast we can create a new page. What I will do, I will go to the home page in the new tab, holding Command or Control on the PC. And I click on Edit with Elementor. Then I go to the services page. I click on Edit Page. Edit with Elementor. I go to Elementor on the home page. I want to copy something. Right mouse click, copy. Over here, I click on the folder. My templates. I go for the hero title. Don't apply the settings. Double click, triple click, I say services, then right mouse click, paste, it's full width. So what I will do, I go to advanced, change default to custom, pixels, let me see, like that. Then I bring it to the center. Okay, I want to have a text below. So I click on the plus, I want to go for small text. Great. I change the style to white. Then I go for the dummy text generator. I think this is a great text for this area. So I go to content, I paste it. Then I go to advanced to width, custom. Let's say 400 pixels. I bring it to the center. Okay, that's what I want. Also the text style center. Okay, then I want to go back to not to the home page. Yeah, I want to go to the home page. Grab this whole area over here. So I click over here. Then I go to the structure, because I want to have the for services container. Right mouse click, copy. Then I want to enter a new container and I paste it over here. Then I want to click here, go to the style, change the color to this one. I get rid of this area. I want to align everything to the left. So I go to layout, everything's below each other. So I need to go to the start. Then over here, style, align it to the left. This space is here because of all these areas. But if I remove this, and this, and I copy the style, Command Shift V, Command Shift V, Command Shift V. And here right mouse click, copy, Command Shift V, paste the style, and paste the style. So same information, different look and feel. Then I want to create a new area. I click on the plus. I want to have 2 containers, or actually, let's go from the left to the right. Then I want to go for an image over here. Let's add one. I want to add one of those images. Then besides that, I want to have a container. Okay. Then over there, let me copy this, paste it. Copy this, paste it. Copy this, paste it, paste it. Then I go to the structure area. Let me see the heading. I want it to be yellowish. Then I go to the, let me see, where's the other heading? I did not copy it probably. Copy, paste. There it is. I make that one black or dark color 3. And I drag it over here. This one, I want to get rid of the shadow. So I go to the text. No text shadow, but the color, I want it to be dark or green. Okay, then I go to the plus. I want to have a new text area here. Copy this text. Okay. I want to have more space over here. So in order to do that, I go to the container. The container over here. And then I say 40. And then here, I would like to say in percentage 40. And over here, in percentage 60. I go to the image and then I go to the style. I could say as big as possible, but I do not get the result I have in mind. So what I will do instead, remove this. I go for the container. Let's see how I can drag this at the right. Okay, let me try it over here. Okay, wait. Command Z. I drag it over here. Yes. Come on, Elementor. I'm live. I'm recording. Okay, now over here, I go for the background. Then I grab this image. Now I can have a certain setting. So I can say display size cover. Now I get rid of this area. So now it's bigger. I click on the section and full width, percentage. What was it? 45, 40. And then this one, 60. Okay, then this one is 40. That's what I want. Okay, then I want to go to this container. Go for the style, border, solid, 2 pixels, but only at the top. So right, bottom left, nothing. The color I want it to be color 1. Okay, there it is. Then I want to go to the container on top, advanced, padding bottom, 20, padding top, 20. Okay. Over here, I go to the style. I want to give it a background color. Let's do this one. Okay. I go to the home page, go to a button, copy, paste, get in touch. I change that to branding. And over here, branding, the branding page. It opens in not in a new tab. So that's great. Okay. And it has an animation probably. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. What I will do now, I'm happy with this. I will duplicate it 3 times because I want to show 4 services I offer. 1, 2, 3. So I have 4 of those. The second area, container. I click on the arrow towards the left and it switches. The 4th one, I do the same and it switches. And then over here, I want to have the call to action. Don't apply the settings. Okay. What I should have done, of course, before I would duplicate this, take a look at the tablet view. Tablet view is okay. Mobile phone. Okay. Do I like this on the mobile phone or do I prefer to have the title first? Let me see. Layout. I could reverse it or I could go over here. This section. Go to advanced. Go to the order and say 2. That's what I prefer. So I click over here, advanced, order, or just end. That's the same principle. If you only have 2 containers. Section, advanced. So now I have to do it 4 times because I did not do this before I copied everything. So, okay. And now it's a matter of changing the content. So I will fast forward and I will be back with you. Let me show you one, how I would do one. So, okay, here's branding. And here it is web design. I should change the text. What I can do, copy, paste, copy, paste style, remove. Over here, web design. And over here, web design. Then the image or container background image. Choose another image. And what I can do, I've not done so yet. I said cover, but I did not. I want to attach or have the position in the center of the center. Also here, style, or I can say right mouse click, copy, paste the style. Oh, now it also pastes. Okay, that's not what I want. So click over here, and this is how it goes. I make errors, I make mistakes. Normally when I make websites, I like to put on music and just have a good time, enjoy myself. And if things go wrong, I figure out how to fix it. That's it. Making website is fixing problems. That's it. Maybe it's not that's it, but that's a big part of the deal. Okay, in this case, maybe it's better to leave it where it was. So default. Okay, then the third one. Okay, let me show you one more time. 03 SEO. Copy, paste, copy style, paste style. Okay, branding, change it to SEO, SEO, and then change the image. You know what? Since you're here, Wait. Over here. Advertising. Copy. And paste. Copy and paste the style. Remove. Branding. Change it to advertising. Copy it. Paste it. Select it. So, awesome. That's how we created a page in a relatively short amount of time. And it's optimized for all devices. One more thing over here. This is light blue. This is also everything. I want to have a light blue background and a white one. So I click over here, go to style, change this to color 8. Same with the fourth one. Style, color 8. So in that way, there's a little bit more of a distinction. Publish. Now I want to create the services pages and save even more time. So over here, I have my services page. It looks like this. I want to save that as a template. So I click on this arrow down, save as a template, and I call this one the services page. Save it. Great. I exit to WordPress. I go to the website, to the service page branding, edit the page, edit with Elementor, click on the folder, my templates, and then I go for the services page. Don't apply. And this service is called branding. I can change the text. Or over here, branding is so important. I don't know. Just a random text. I get rid of this. There are a few things I want to get rid of. This over here. This over here. And this and this. And the fourth area. Okay. I want to get rid of the images. So section, style, remove. Section, style, remove. So I have the branding page, and the branding has a few services, sub-services. Branding is about the brand scan. Then after that, we're going to do the branding strategy. And the third thing we're going to do is talk about logo and colors. Then I can explain a bit more. I can show images if I want to. So I know this page is already optimized. Publish it. Then I want to save this again as a single service page. Save it. Okay. Click over here. Go to the web design page. Edit page. Edit with Elementor. Click on this icon. My templates. Single service page. Don't apply. Click over here. Say web design. Web design is so important. The first thing with web design is we're going to do some wire framing. Then we're going to talk about the UX or the UI design. And then the UX design. People may think, what is that? And then I can explain it over here. Publish. Click on the eye. Go to the third service. Do the same thing. Look how fast we can create pages based on information we have already created. And the great thing is, if you start to make more websites, you can have a full library of beautiful things you already have created and just copy them and paste them to your new websites. Save yourself a lot of time and help more customers in the same amount of time. How cool is that? I think it's really cool. SEO. SEO is so important. The first thing with SEO is market research. The second thing is keyword analysis. And the third thing we'll do is talk about page speed, because it is also important. Publish. Click on the eye of the tiger. I guess you did not see that one coming, but you see this coming. We go to my templates, single service page. Don't apply. Guess what? Advertising is not so important. Just kidding. Oh, Ferdy, you're so funny. Okay, the first thing with advertising is Facebook and the Google. Facebook and Google. The second thing is pixels and targets or text. Just kidding, tags, not targets. How can I come up with something like that? And the third one is retargeting. It's getting lunatic, getting retarded from not getting the results you want with Facebook and Google advertisements. And that's why they come to me, and then I unretard them so they can see those great results. Yeah. So we have created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages in a relative short amount of time. Of course, it depends on how many images you want to add, the information you need to add. We're going to talk about information, adding information later. You can use AI for that. And what I don't like over here, now I need to fix that for all the pages, is this line. Although that's okay, but then this should be the same color, I guess. And then maybe this top border should be gone. So instead of making funny jokes, trying to be funny, maybe I should pay more attention to what I'm doing. Wow. Well, I said that I was not paying attention to what I was doing. So the border, 0. But besides the 0, I also want to say none. So there's a double negative in having a border in that area. Better. Of course, I need to do it with the other pages. So that's cool. We have our website optimized for all devices. It looks like this. Using a free theme, free page builder. We have the about page. We created some cool things. We used external plugins for free to create something like that. We have the service page, which we created relatively fast with things we've created before. And then we used this page, adjusted it, and then created those pages. Pretty nice. For now, we'll skip the portfolio page and the blog page. We'll go for the contact page. Let me show you how to create the contact page and make use of an external plugin called Contact Form 7. So people can send messages to you, because that's the goal. People should be able to reach out to you to do business. Yeah, it's all about business. No, it's all about love. No, it's all about people. It's all about business people that love each other. No, it's also about, okay, it's about you. Let's create the contact page, shall we? Now I want to go to the contact page. We'll talk about the portfolio page and the blog later. First, I do the contact page. So I click over here. You know the drill. Edit the page. Edit with Elementor. Then go to the folder, My Templates, Hero, Title, Don't Apply, and then I say Contact. Then I want to have an area with 2 containers here below, like this. And the first area, okay, before I go to the background, I want to go for the bluish color. Okay, then I go over here to the style, the shape divider, bottom. I need to go slower. I'm excited. Slower. And then I choose the same color. And I wonder if that's the right color. So in a minute, we'll change it to see if it will change everywhere in the website. Then I want to create 2 areas. The first one over here will have a white background. So at the style, I go to classic, choose the default color 8, so it's white. And the second one, style, classic, color 2. So far, not so good. So I hover over here, copy it, bring it here to the left. Call this one contact. That's already the case. I change the style color to the third one. And now I want to add something new. So I click on publish, click on the eye. I go to the backend. I want to add a contact form. So I go to plugins, add new. Then I search for contact form 7. In my opinion, the best, most simple contact form there is. Install now. And in that way people can send messages to your inbox. Activate. Now I go to the contact area over here. I want to duplicate this area or copy it. So I select it, copy. I go to the backend here, to the plus, the text editor. I drag it below. I go to the text tab and there I'll paste this. And in the beginning you will see the code. But now if you click on the eye, you'll see a real form. It doesn't look that appealing yet. So what I will do, click over here, the first container. I go to advanced. And at the padding I say 40. Okay. Then I go to the second area. Again, I want to copy this area. Drag it over here. Not in between, but in here. Okay. Over here I do the same. Container, advanced, padding 40. I align this to the left and I call this Web Divine LLC. Then I want to place some information over here. So here can people can reach out to me. In here I want to place some information about my company. So I go for the text editor. Here below, style, text color white. And I go to the content and I say the street of my company, shift enter. So I don't go to a new paragraph, but a new line. Then the third one, the Netherlands. Let's type it. Right, the Netherlands. Okay. Then I want to duplicate this area. Over here, I want to say a few more things. LLC. And then number. Shift enter vet ID. And then a number. And then my IBAN, my bank number. Okay. What I will do, I will go to the homepage, edit the page with Elementor. I go over here and I grab this code, copy it, and then over here at the text area. First, let me make this bold. So I select this, Command or Control B, or you click over here, select it, bold, select it, bold. Then I go to the text. And after every strong, I paste this. The second one, paste it. The third one. Okay, and before the closing of the strong with this /, I say /span. So I copy the span. And here before the closing strong. And here before the closing strong. Okay, now I go to visuals. I need to say shift, enter, delete. Shift, enter, delete. Okay. So far, it's getting better. Click on the plus. I want to go for a list, an icon list. I drag it here in between. Okay, I remove the second and third one. And over here, I want to go and share something about my email address. So I search for an envelope. Then I go for the text, which is info@wearewebdivine.com. It can be a link. It can be mailed to over here. But let's not make it a link. It's okay. What I do want to do, I want to go to the style. Icon. I want it to be orange. And the text, I want it to be white. I think the icon can be a bit bigger. Yes. Then I go to the content, duplicate it. The second one, HTTPS, wearewebdivine.com. And I click over here and I search for an address like that. And then the third one is my phone number, +316, and then a random number. And then I search over here for a phone like that, or a mobile phone. Okay, I go to style, space between. I can increase that if I want to. It's my website. I can align it somewhere else. I can have a divider, but I'm good. Okay, then I go over here to the first, or let's do the second container first. I want to have some roundings, but we have 2 containers, so I need to do 50% of the roundings over here at the right, the other 50% here at the left. Let me show you. Select the second container, then I go to the style. I go to the border. And instead of having a border radius everywhere of 100, you see it's everywhere right now. I don't want it over here in the middle. So I uncheck this, and then I think at the top it's 0 and at the left it is 0. So only those 2 corners are changed. So I bring this to 25. So if those 2 in the middle are 25, then over here, add style, border, uncheck. It should be the outer ones, the first one and the latest one. You don't see it that good, but you see it is there. Then I go to the publish button, and then I go to the tablet version. That looks great. And then I go to the mobile version. Okay, and then I see those roundings. So over here, I go to the border, and for the border radius of the phone, I couldn't do 2 things. I can say top, all right, 25 and 0 and 0. I cannot check this because this is in front of it. Seems great. And then over here, border, 0, uncheck, 25, 25. So now, yes, that's exactly what I want, unless I click here, I go to advanced, and I bring this down. I want it to be the other way around. If I want it to be the other way around, then I can go to style, border, 25, 25, 0, 0, and contact, 0, 0, 25, 25. How cool is that? Okay, one more thing. If you type over here, you see something, but it's hard to see. So let's do some CSS magic. Right mouse click, inspect, and then I see this big area. What I need to search for over here is color. Let me see, the border color. And then I see this color. If I click over here, I change it, and it changes also here, then I know I'm on the right track. So what I'll do, I'll make this black. Then I grab this whole area. Let me see, scroll a bit, copy this all, Command C, Control C. I go to the customizer. I go to additional CSS, enter, enter, paste it. And then I have those colors, but I don't need all this stuff. What I need is only the border color. So this stuff, I don't need it. So let me see. I need to cut it after this icon, and then after this area. Okay. Now I can grab a color. I thought it was 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Maybe I want it to be a bit lighter. So let me see. If I go to certain colors. This one. If I select that, copy. Let me bring this back. And now I can paste it. Okay, that is the light color, probably. Yes, and that's not what I want. So I want it to be darker. So I can grab a random color or this one. And then make it a bit darker. Copy it. Reset. Paste it here. Now it's darker. So people can see where they need to fit in their details. Publish. So now people can fill in their details and then send a message. If you want to learn more about how to create a more complicated or in-depth form with more information, you can follow this tutorial. Contact form 7 tutorial. It's not the newest, but it's still relevant. 31 minutes, 32. And there I show you how to create something like this with now the information is above, but then it's inside, and there are so much more options also to style it. So you can watch that tutorial, and in this tutorial I want to focus on creating a website. So not everybody wants to have a complicated form. I don't want to make this tutorial unnecessarily long. So if you want to learn how to do that, watch the video or click over here or in the description and you will be fine. We have created a header before using the Blocksy theme, and with the Blocksy theme we can also create the footer. So let's do that right now. If I scroll down, I can scroll down with my mouse or paste down on my keyboard. I see there is a small footer. I want to increase that. I want to add more information. How can I do that? Same as with the header, I go to the customizer because the header and the footer are configured by the theme and we use the Blocksy theme. So what I can do, I can go to the footer. You see the same structure, multiple rows, multiple areas, and that's how you can create a footer. Well, already the bottom row is already filled in. So I want to go to the styling of the bottom row. I go to design, row background. I click on it and I want to change it to the green color, but then I want to make it a bit darker. So I drag it down a bit like that. Then I want to go to the copyright area by clicking here. I go to design. I want to change the font color to white. And when there are links, I can make them a certain color, orange for instance. And when I hover over the link, I can change that color again. Well, I'm not going to use a link over here. What I will do, I will go to general. I remove the copyright text. Current year is great. And after the current year, I say web divine. That's it. Then I scroll down and I align it horizontally to the center. And for me, this is great. Then I want to go to the middle row. I see nothing there because there's no content yet. And I can have multiple columns. I can have 3, I can have 4. And also these options are normally premium options for certain themes, but here it is free. Okay, we have 4 areas and we see them over here. Now I can drag stuff in it. How can I do that? By going back. So I actually need to go to the footer and then you see all these options over here. So I scroll down. What I want to add over here in the middle row is the widget area 1. Now you see something, widget area 2, widget area 3, and then the socials. Well, this is how I would like to do it. It's up to you what you want to do, but I will just show you how I would do this, so you know how you can do what you want to do. Make sense? I hope so. Let's go to the middle row, design settings. I want to change the background to the regular color 2. And then step by step, we can fill in the content of this area. But what I also want to do, middle row, design. Let's see, the top row divider. I want to have a divider over here. A stroke, that is color 1, 3 pixels, and then full width. Okay, that creates a nice separation in my opinion. It is within the style of the website, so I'm fine with that. I click on widget area 1. And I want to start with a logo of our website. So I click on the plus And if I click on browse all, we can fill in anything you can add to the WordPress page builder, also known as the Gutenberg editor. I go for an image. I already have that image, so I click on Media Library, and I want to use this one, Web Divine, the light one, because it has a dark background. There it is. Below I can have a text, so I click on Add a Block, and I want to go for a paragraph, and then I can fill in the text or type it. I go to Dummy Text Generator, and I grab a text over here. You can fill in any text about your company. So I almost do not see it. Let's see if I say Command Z and I paste it here, copy it, that removes the style. And now if I start typing, it looks better. Then I go to Design, Font Colors. Oh, wait. I don't have to do it over here. I want to do it at the middle row settings. So it will be applied to all widgets. So I go to Design, the title font. There's no title font yet, but I want it to be white. And then the widget fonts, the text, white. And now this will be changed. If there's a link, I want it to be white. And if I hover over that link, I want it to be color 1. Okay, now I can go back to the widget area. And this looks okay. We're gonna make it look better in a minute. The second area, I want to add a menu. So let me click on Publish. I go back. I scroll down all the way to Menus. I create a new menu and I call this one Privacy. We need to state some things on our website about how we deal with the information from customers or visitors on our website. I add a few items. This is for every country different, so I cannot give you a one-fits-all solution. So search for privacy policy and then in your country, or if you're going for an international website for international use. So I go for the page privacy policy and add the page. The second one is the cookie policy. The third one is the GDPR for European visitors. This one is not YMCA, but DCMA. I think for people from California. I'm just adding them, but you can use the one you want to use. Okay. Then I'm going to create a new menu by going back, create a new menu. And I call this title Legal, Next, Add Items. And then I want to have the terms and conditions. And I want to have the germs and no, just kidding. The terms of use. Okay. And if you feel like it, like, hey, let's do that, then you can click on Publish and it will be saved. Then we can go back to the footer, or we hover over here, click on Edit, and then we go to Widget Area 2. I click on the plus and I search for a navigation menu. There it is. The title is Privacy. And I select the menu Privacy. There it goes. Then I go to Widget Area 3, plus Navigation menu, select Legal, and the title is Legal. Okay. Then I go to Socials, and we can add a few more. Maybe you want to use Facebook, X, Instagram. Maybe you want to use YouTube. Click on the plus, or LinkedIn. Click on the plus and a few others. You can have your email over here. Only if it's necessary. If it's not, then don't use it. So I go for email, Instagram. This is a lot, I have to say. So I get rid of YouTube and this one. So I have those 4 over here and I want to open them in a new tab. I can change the icon size, make it bigger or smaller. Icon spacing, we'll talk about it later. What I want to do, I don't want them to be next to each other, but below each other. So by the items direction, I go to vertical and I want to have the label. So label visibility, turn it on. Great. I want to show them on all devices. So what I will do, I'll go to design, font color, white. When people hover over it, I want it to be orange. And for the icon, I want the icon to be white. But when I hover over it, I want the icon to stay white. Like that. Great. I don't want to use capitals, so I click on the 3 dots. Remove those. And then let's see. Let's make it a bit bigger. It seems that it's a, I'm not sure, it seems to be a different font, maybe because of this. If I say default. Yeah, it's the same font. I like 16. You know what? I make it a little bit more bold. So a medium, and then above that is semi-bold. Yeah. Okay. This looks okay in my opinion. Let's configure this further. And this is how it looks. And I want to make it look a bit better. Here's a lot of space. So what I can do, right mouse click, my daughter. Ja. Wat ben je aan het doen, schat?
Mama.
Echt. Right mouse click, inspect. I'm gonna make use of a little bit of CSS because I want to close this gap. So what I will see, let me see, over here, this area, it has an ID. So when it has an ID, it has a hashtag. I copy this ID, Command C or Control C. I close this. Then I go to the customizer. I scroll down. Then I go to additional CSS. I do a hashtag and then I paste this, opening parentheses, and then it will create a closing one. So I say enter, enter. In order to make sure I have the right area, I always say background hashtag 000. And now I see I have the right area. Okay. And I get rid of this. And then I say margin dash top 10 pixels. And now it is 10 pixels between the logo and this area. I can also say 5, and I'm okay with that. Let's say 6, just because our son is becoming 6 this year. Yeah, that's how I think when making websites and sharing it with others, teaching others to keep their birthdays of their children in mind when making websites. Why not? It's your website. It's your life. So I'm happy with that. I'm not happy with this. There's a lot of space over here. So again, right mouse click, inspect. It can be tricky to have this open when you also have the customizer, but it seems to be doing okay. So here you see, when I hover over here, this whole area is covered, and then I see the class widget menu. So I copied that. And the class starts not with a hashtag, but with a point. So class, opening parentheses and closing. And now I say margin top, paste it. Nothing's happening. 16, 26. So it's working, but not that well. So what I want to do, I want to go to a negative margin. So how about 14? Okay, 14 is okay with me. I want to make the titles a bit bigger, but 14 is okay with me. But then I want to do something else. Line dash height. I want to make that 20 pixels to see what's going on. It's really close to each other. I like this more. So how about 30? Or 40? No, 30. Okay, margin top, 14. So for both menus, because it's a class, a hashtag, I don't have to explain it. It's not a CSS course. A hashtag always refers to a division. So to one single area in your website, and a class can be applied to multiple areas. So normally I don't pass that around, but for you, I make an exception. Then over here, there's a lot of space, but I don't need to use CSS for that. And go back, click over here, and go to design. What's that here? Socials, Yes, icon spacing. Something like that. Then I go to the middle row to design. Family for the widgets. How about 18? And then for this one, it's okay. It's the right size. So that looks better, but how does it look on a different device? If I go to the tablet view, this is really big. I don't want that. So I go back to the widget area 1 on the desktop screen. Click over here. Click over here on the 3 dots, show more settings. And then the width of the logo, I want it to be 250. So now if I go to the tablet, it stays 250. Okay. What I want to do, click over here. Let's see. And then go to horizontal alignment in the center, widget 2, widget area 2, also widget area 3. Sometimes it can be hard with clicking. I don't know why. I think it should not become too easy to make websites. There should be some level of difficulty. So I think that's why they use some trouble. How do you say that? They make it a little bit harder for us to click. That should be, I think that's it. That's it. Okay, don't worry about this. We'll fix that in a minute. Okay. Then we have the mobile. There it is. Okay. One more thing. On the tablet, this is really a lot, really wide. So if I click on inspect, and now it's getting, wow. Okay, let me drag this down. Now it's getting even more challenging. Hide the builder. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay, this area. Inspect. Okay, let me see. It's again widget block 9. So what I can say, maybe, let's see. I'm not a CSS guru, but let's see if I can fix something. I go to additional CSS. Block 9. Max doesn't even exist. 300 pixels. Okay. For the first time, I believe that I deserve 1 million subscribers. You should see me right now. I'm having my hand against my head. Like, whoa, I figured something out. Okay, this is cool. And probably over here, it still looks great. Yes. But I don't want it to be completely from the left to the right. So I can also align it with this one. That's, I think, 600. And then on the phone. Yes. Publish. I go back to the desktop. And I click over here. Then I go to tablet. Now those texts are gone, the labels. So I need to scroll down over here. And it says the label visibility only on the desktop. So I turn on the tablet. And then for smartphone, I also turn it on. There you go. You're welcome. The tutorial is already getting too long, in my opinion. So I should not do things like these. Publish. And voila. So that's how you can create a footer in your WordPress website using Blocksy Theme. Maybe you want to have a portfolio in your website so you can showcase what you've done for clients. Well, I don't want this tutorial to be too long, so I created a separate tutorial for that. I recorded it already, and I will show you in a minute where you can find it. You can go to youtube.com and search for Elementor portfolio tutorial 30. Hit enter. This is an old one, 4 years ago. This is a Dutch one. There will be a new one when you're watching this. I will upload it this week And then you can watch that tutorial and learn step by step how to create a portfolio where you can showcase your work on your website using Elementor. And when I close this step, I go to our work page. This is what we will create. We can see an overview of our latest work. We can divide it by film, photography, web design, or a subcategory if you want to, only wedding photography. So if I click on all, if I take a look at one of those items, this one for instance, photography, I can click over here, navigate through all the images so you can showcase your work. I can scroll down, see related cases, only photography, only the same category, and then I can navigate to other portfolio items. So that is what we're going to create in that tutorial. We're coming to a close of this tutorial. There is so much more to explore. I have a 9-hour course on the internet about how to make a website. It's in Dutch. I will also make one in English. There's so much to cover. For instance, maybe you want to have a blog page with blog posts. Well, I have a blog post tutorial that's 2 hours. So to implement that in this tutorial is maybe a little bit too long, knowing that not everybody wants to have blog posts. Why would you want to have blog posts on your website? It's a way to get organic visitors to your website so you get more traffic. More traffic can mean more business. More business means more money. More money means nothing. It's nothing. It's not about money. But if you want to learn how to write blog posts, I will show you where you can find that tutorial. And I also have a tutorial on how to configure the blog page using the Blocksy theme. So you can follow along in this tutorial. I will show you where you can find it right now. So if you want to learn how to write blog posts, you can go to youtube.com and search for write a blog post 30, hit enter. I have 2 tutorials. You need to go for the longest one, this one. It's the most recent one, and there I show you step by step how to write a blog post, but not only that, also how to apply for Google AdSense, Google Search Console, Rank Math, so you can optimize your website. And then we have learned how to create a blog post from scratch. You can search for Blocksy Theme tutorial. Hit enter. Mine appears over here with a small glitch. I will make a new one, but there I'll definitely dive deep into how to set up your blog page. So you can watch that, and then if you go to the website, it will look something like this. Here are your blog posts. I configured the edges over here, what is displayed over here, where the featured image should be. Then when you open the blog post, I'll show you how you can create the look and feel of this page. We can have stuff like this, but you can configure it to your wishes, and I'll show you how to do that in that tutorial. We have worked with the colors of our branding. If you somehow want to change them, look how amazing the result can be. With a few clicks, you can change the whole look and feel of your website without having to go to any single place where you change the color or decided which color it should be and then do it manually. No, you can just change a few colors and then they will be changed on all places on your website. Let me show you how that works. So our website is finished. What else can we do? Well, I want to show you something about the colors. We use colors from the color palette. So if I would go to the customizer, I would go to the colors, look at this, look at this. I can make this orange. I should have done that before because the whole tutorial I'm like, is it yellow? Is it orange? I can change this. Look at that. It changes on all the places in the website. So I can make it blue. Then I can go to the green color and I can decide to make it purplish. Or like that. And now everything changes accordingly. Not everything, because this color is chosen outside of the color palette, so I need to do that manually. But all the other colors, look at that. Or you go to another color palette. Well, this doesn't always work. Let's try the dark ones. No, thank you. Of course, you need to adjust a few things, but in a few clicks, especially when you just go to your own palette and then change those colors. So let me make this one a bit lighter. This one darker. Bam, there you have it. That's how you can adjust the style of your website. Of course, I need to adjust the logo. So I could go to Figma. Let me go to this color, copy it, go to my logos, I go to this logo, or select this also, and I change that color to this one, hit enter. Bam, there you have it. I can export this, import it to my website as an SVG, and my whole style changed in a matter of clicks. I think that is amazing. Close it. I have everything back the way it was. So I'm happy with those colors, but hey, you can change them. When you finish your website, it's important to have a cookie notice area in your website so people can comply with your privacy policy. That is mandatory. So let me show you how you can turn it on in the Blocksy theme. I want to go to the backend, to Blocksy. I go to the extensions, and I go for cookie consent, and I turn it on. I can customize it. It looks like this. I can change the text. I can change the cookie period. I can change how it looks. And I can make this a link, the privacy policy. I can link it to the privacy policy page. Publish. And there I go. Accept. As I said before, there is so much more that we can cover. This tutorial can be 10 hours and I would still have fun making it, but I think when my tutorial is 10 hours, less people will watch it and not everybody wants to learn everything I have to offer. So that's why I created a playlist with all these tutorials. I will make a lot of short tutorials like how to upload SVG backgrounds, how to create SVGs, how to create an SVG logo, how to work with certain tools, certain features within Elementor. So I will show you right now where you can find those tutorials. So in order to learn all those new skills for Elementor, which I did not cover in this tutorial, go to youtube.com, search for 30 Corpus Hook or click over here. There's my channel, click on my channel. Then go to playlists, scroll down and there you see Elementor tutorials. Right now I just put a tutorial in it, one. But here I will show you a lot of new things. Wow, 30, looking good, man. Yeah, that's how you can do that and learn more about Elementor. Ladies and gentlemen, we're really coming to a close of this tutorial, but there are a few more things we can do. There are so much more things we can do. So let me share a few tutorials with you that you can follow as a follow-up on this tutorial if you want to learn more about certain subjects. If you want to learn how to make money with your website, I have an affiliate marketing tutorial 30. And there are a few. The most recent one is 2 months old now. It's, so you can say 2024. There it is. This is crazy. This is 7.5 hours. I show you everything I do. I create blog posts and I make content with videos and reels and shorts. And I show you step by step how I do it and how I make my money and how you can start doing the same. This is groundbreaking if you ask me, because I have not seen such an in-depth tutorial yet. Others try to also do it, but they're not as in-depth as mine. 28 minutes, 30 minutes, 52, 1 hour 20. A lot of short tutorials where people just want to make money through their tutorials with cool titles and stuff. But I show you the whole thing. So I think that's cool. And that's also what I see in the search results. A lot of in the results, a lot of people are watching it, so that's cool. You can start with affiliate marketing, or you can create a course, website, tutorial 30. You can gain knowledge and you can create content about it. So I have a tutorial, it's already 2 years old, almost 4 hours. I will make a new one soon in Q1 of 2024. And there's also an online course website where other people can host courses on your website and you share the revenue when people buy it and automate it, all that stuff. That's what I'll show you in this tutorial. What else? You can learn how to apply for Google AdSense 30. And then you can place ads on your website and make money with that. Google AdSense tutorial 2023. Less than an hour. And if you don't get approved, there are 10 ways what could be wrong or how you can get approved. And if you want to sell things on your website, you can go to WooCommerce tutorial 30. I think this one is number 1. Yes. Yes. You can watch this tutorial. I create a new one every year, and I don't know, but I'm doing really great with those tutorials of WooCommerce. And I'm happy with that because they're also the best tutorials on the internet when it comes to WooCommerce, in my opinion. I really think so. Even though I don't check the tutorials of my competitors too much because I want to have my own flavor in my tutorials. So I leave it with that. Thank you for this tutorial. Thank me for this tutorial. Thank you for watching this tutorial. I hope you learn a ton of stuff. I hope you're really happy. I sincerely try to give you my best without making the tutorial too long. I learned a lot of new things last year about Elementor, and that's what I implemented in this tutorial, because there's also a current tutorial, WordPress tutorial 30, and it's almost the same, but so many things changed that I decided I'm going to make the same tutorial, but better, much better. And yeah, I hope you learn a lot of stuff and have a great website with a successful business and a successful life. I wish you the best, and bye-bye.